All right, everybody, welcome back to Drop Dice. This week we are back. Instead of L5R, we're doing Leverage this week. Brennan wanted to go ahead and run a game, so he found Leverage, big fan of it, so he's decided that he's going to take over the seat and run the show for today. So let me boot it off over to Brennan. He can tell us a little bit about the game and kind of be the host this time around. I get to be a player.
Hello. Some of you might recognize me from Chris's Legend of the Five Rings game, and we're taking a little mid-season break, so I thought I'd do a nice little two-shot of Leverage, which I just found out about a couple weeks ago, thanks to Kyle Hood over here. He posted it on the one-shot group, and being a longtime Leverage fan, I was really mad at myself for not knowing about this game. I read it over. Mechanics, really simple, really fun. It kind of perfectly suits Leverage. So let's get this show on the road. Today we're doing a recruitment job, which is a special system in the book where we do sort of have our character creation together, and then we go on a job where the players sort of decide what happens, and they finish each other's character sheets a little bit. It's a sort of a cooperative thing. So let's go down the line, starting with Tom.
Hi, I'm Tom.
Guns N' Roses Online.
I was waiting for Murdoch there.
Yeah, I was waiting for the interrupt, but yes, Tom, live in New York, game developer, create the game Guns N' Roses Online. If you buy it, I get some money, so please do that.
Wait a minute. You get commission now?
They continue to pay him.
Now I feel obligated not to say anything. Because you're not paying to peddle your wares.
Too bad. You've already given me $1,000 from all the other times you referenced it.
Ah, damn it.
Legitimate question, Brendan. How do you want to do the rap sheet? How do you want to do character sheets? There are no form fillables out there.
We're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. You guys can write it down or put it on the computer if you want. Yeah, there's no
Jeremy, fix
sheet
it.
available. Yeah.
Give me a second.
I've got a text file ready to go.
I was going to say the rap sheet we could do as a Google Doc. That way we can share it.
Yeah. It's a really simple kind of character sheet.
Do you want me to create a quick Google Doc for this? Just let me know
Jeremy,
what you want.
fix it.
Yep. You're a document guy, go.
For the
Okay.
record, for any viewers, when we don't have sheets, forms, or documents,
Jeremy's that guy.
Jeremy fixes it.
Yep.
He made an entire goddamn spreadsheet for Dragon Ball Z because there wasn't anything
was
available
annoying.
yet.
It was
But
an- it was- it was
calculates all
annoying.
of your stats automatically.
Hi guys, I just dropped a link to a PDF of the Leverage sheets, or the 1 in 7 sheets, which are an official fan-made thing, but they're not form fillable. I think I have a form fillable version of it somewhere. The problem is I don't know where it's at, and it's not on this computer.
I can turn anything form fillable.
So can I. That's a great thing. I have a full version of Adobe. I just not on this computer again.
Well, anyway, I'll leave Jeremy to that. Next down the line, Murdoch. That's Murdoch. He's also in the L5R game. Kyle, do you have anything you want to say about the game?
I'm actually excited to get to play it rather than run it, since I can't get people to do this normally. So I always have to run it.
You just have the wrong group of friends.
I really do. If anybody is interested in finding out more about the game itself, other than watching this, you can go to my YouTube channel, look up Legacy Game Mastering. I have a review of it on video, and I also did a no excuses video on it that took for bloody ever. It's about 40 minminutes long.
Hey, what do you
so
think you
it
are,
goes
Tom?
through
No
pretty
shameless self-promotion.
That was a shameful self-promotion, actually. Kind of ashamed of that. Now,
At
my
least he
shameless
admitted.
plug is we're supposed to, hopefully tonight, get our second podcast up on iTunes. And we did an interview with Chris Whedon of Crucifixion Games he's out of around Yakima, Washington. And he's starting a Kickstarter tomorrow, so hopefully my buddy got that edit done tonight. The last time we uploaded it got corrupted, so we're hoping to have that fixed. Now that was shameless.
I will allow this.
Hey, Tom okayed it, so I can't say anything
It has
against
been so allowed.
Okay.
Good to see I lost rights to allow shit on my own channel.
You lost
Of course,
it right the
Chris.
moment you let me get here. I control everything.
Hey, character sheet maker, you want to introduce yourself?
Jeremy here. Your friendly neighborhood Jeremy. I am
All of that
currently-
may be pushing it.
I was gonna say Jeremy.
This might be the one system where his character does not die.
You know what? I vote here and now. Jeremy
See-
is the face.
See,
That
this
was
is what
accepted.
this is
I was
why.
gonna say that depends. How murdery do we want to go?
You know what? No, it's happening.
Um,
This
no.
game
no,
is based
no.
on you guys being moral.
Hey, you guys watch Leverage. Partisan dies in Plan M. I'm just saying.
He actually dies in 4 plans. So that's in what season is that? 4 or 5? I think it's season 5. He talks about how many plans he dies in.
Yeah.
I was gonna
Well, the
say
first
besides,
reference is the pilot, of course.
Yeah.
even if he dies inside there, we could just be like, "Oh, it was a failed plan," and do the mission again.
Yeah. You could, yeah, that would be a cool way to do it. Yeah,
No. At the end, the mastermind just reveals that Partisan dying was a fake.
that's exactly how you're supposed to do it in the system.
Oh, so what you guys are saying is we want
to
to pull
pull
off the
first.
job they pull off at the very end of the series. Is that what I'm hearing? That is an
Sounds like
amazing
it.
ending.
Okay, so and we've all met Chris, of course. I would hope so if you're subscribed to his channel.
No, I want to know who Chris is.
Yeah.
Not his
Explain,
persona
Chris,
as L5R, but
Who I
Chris is.
am, who the man is.
Who the man behind
Drop
the
Dice.
Behind the beard.
Yes, I
behind
am
the GM screen.
an owner of a luxurious beard, and 2 dogs and a cat. That's who Chris is. You often see them in the background.
I don't know. We're gonna have to go to Cut to Tom to see if we can accept this.
I shall allow this too.
Okay.
All right, so let's get started. First, we're going to do a group character creation. We're going to go through the steps. Go ahead and turn to page 17 of the book, 22 of the PDF.
God, I keep forgetting you have to go through all those stupid roll parts. God damn, bless that thing. Okay, there we go.
7.
I know some of you have roles that you're already interested in. The way this works is the 2 main things that go towards rolling your stats are your role and your attributes. Your role is one of the 5 classic roles from the show. You've got fighter, grifter, mastermind, hacker, and thief. You have a different die ranking in each of those, going from D4 to D10, and those decide what you're good at. Attributes are the other half of all of your rolls that you'll make: strength, willpower, intelligence, agility, and alertness. And at any point when I ask for you guys to make a roll, I can combine any roll with any attribute to make something that's applicable to what you want to do. So the first thing we're going to do is, well, consider your background, but I think it makes sense to start off with the roll since that's kind of the classical thing to show. So does anyone have any idea which of those 5 they want to do?
Well,
That's going to depend on if you're going to let me play around with the companion stuff, because there's some really nice talents in there.
What companion stuff?
The leverage companion that is basically,
Oh.
if you go to my drive that I sent Chris, there's 2 books in there. It's Grifters and Masterminds, Hitters, Hackers, and Thieves.
I haven't gotten a chance to even look at that stuff
Yeah,
yet.
that's fine. You can look at them later, but I can tell you now I've got a hard copy of it in my hands. It actually has some really good stuff in there for new talents and stuff, particularly for the Mastermind,
Mm-hmm.
which I really, really like. Like really, really disgustingly nice ones, like exit strategy.
Well, let's get a basic idea of what people want to do in the roles first, and then we can see how that shakes out anyway. Okay, so
I don't want to be the guy that talks to everybody, so screw it. I'm not the grifter.
I was gonna say, I think we had a kind of a discussion about what people were interested in before, right?
Slightly.
A bit.
So I know Murdoch definitely wants to do the thief.
I never get to play roguey characters, so.
And I myself made the suggestion to Tom from Mastermind because I know he's a big leverage fan. That was before I knew you'd be joining the game. So just talk amongst yourselves. And
Honestly, man, if somebody wants to take Mastermind, they can. I can fill any role because I think I've watched every episode of the show like 10 times.
I'm telling you, we need to make Jeremy the Grifter. I just want him to be the worst grifter ever.
This is worse than the USS Mismatch idea, Chris.
You will
Absolutely terrible.
100% get the worst grifter ever if you do this.
Let's do it.
Which is why I'm going to say I'm just going to say no right now.
He needs to put Grifter as his D4 talent.
Honestly, guys, if nobody else wants to take Grifter, I can take Grifter.
I mean, I can take Grifter, but I usually talk a lot in all the games anyway.
I can take Grifter. Grifter doesn't bother me any. Grifter's fun. It means I get the chance to be, it gives me an excuse to be a scummy liar.
Oh, yeah, scummy liar? No, that's Chris.
Whoa. I'm not allowed to play dark side characters for a reason.
Look, scummy liar. Just get it over with. You know it is true, Chris.
How about Jeremy and Chris? Do you guys have any...
I wanted to be... Well, I originally wanted to be the thief, but, Murdoch does almost never gets to be the rogue character, so I was perfectly fine letting him take that. So I was going to try to be a hacker.
I think Chris should be the hitter. That beard just screams hitter.
Okay. I'm cool with that. I kind of figured that's what was going to end up happening.
Okay, and now the next thing is you're going to choose your secondary role. The first one you just chose is your D10. It's what you're best at. It's what you... Now the secondary role is really going to flesh out the flavor of your character. Whereas a grifter thief might be like Sophie Devereaux, who's very who steals art and other antiquities for a living. What they give an example for a grifter hitter is maybe a guy who's more involved with the mob or beats people up in bars, is a very fast talker that way, and so forth. So
I actually prefer to play confidence people, so I actually think Mastermind D8 would be better for me. But
so your main one's a D10?
Yep, and your secondary is a D8.
Okay.
So I'm actually very much thinking that would be the best way for me to go, be Grifter Mastermind.
Okay. Think I would be Mastermind Hacker, I guess. I kind of have an idea for character concept, and that's the one that fits the best.
All right.
I have no clue what my secondary, what I would want to
if
do.
you go to the next few pages and you go to each of the roles, they give ideas of between all the secondary roles that are available and the flavor behind them, if that helps at all.
You're a hacker grifter. You're the best internet troll in the world.
I was going to say short and reaper.
That's exactly what they describe it as. You're good at online scams and phone scams.
So you said it was page 17?
Character creation starts on page 17 of the book.
Okay.
The descriptions of the roles start on page 20 of the book. I don't know what that is in the PDF.
I'm just looking at the page numbers here. Okay.
Yeah, it's basically the same place.
What are you doing, Rocky?
I'm kind of liking the troller because it's the way they explain it. It's honestly,
I was going to say the way that they're trying to sell these combos is ridiculous.
No. I love that. I love the way this is the spoofer, a master of network deception and misinformation. He's a hacker or grifter. Is the flip side of Netzilla. It's pretty rare that people notice his online activity, but when they do, he's all up and messing with the server logos, and he's seen as trusted peer network. An innocent wrong number or some harmless kid, anybody but who he really is. It's like exactly what you said. The way they sell it.
Yeah, the combinations for the hitter is the wheelman, the ninja, the duelist, and the platoon sergeant.
Yep. It's great.
I'm going with hitter as my secondary role. The daredevil. Clinging to the side of the roof? Check. Or side of a building? Check. Riding a car from the hood? Check.
I'm gonna go with the wheelman. I can't pass up the title there. So I'm gonna be a hitter hacker.
Nice. You guys are very technologically capable.
Yes, they are. We're also going to be good at getting our way. We're going to be too smart for everyone.
Yeah. Or too smart for your own good.
I'm either going to go spoofer or gadgeteer. But I kind of like Netzilla, the hacker hitter.
Mm-hmm.
Cause it's mostly because of one line. Why use a key when you can use a hammer?
That one's the hacker hitter. If you go with that, I think I will probably change mine to hitter grifter. That way it evens us out a little bit more.
Well, the thing is,
Actually, sorry, hitter mastermind.
Well,
We
don't
have
have a
3
secondary
people with mastermind at least D8.
Do we have anyone with a secondary grifter?
No, yeah, I don't
Not
think I'm
yet.
primary.
The problem
Oh,
is,
I thought we had 2 grifters secondaries already.
no, we don't.
Okay, then yeah, if you go with hacker hitter, then I will go hitter grifter.
No, I'm totally. Jeremy
What is
should
the
go with
hitter
grifter.
The problem is,
He
I
should
could
be
go.
an internet troll. Mostly because he already is.
No, I'm not. I'm really not.
Okay, now that we've got that out of the way, I'll go back to background a little bit. As we go through character creation, of course, think of your backstory. There are 3 main things that I'll want from you eventually after this game, in case we continue this periodically after the 2 games. One is a secret, something that you keep from the rest of your crew. Another would be your best job, what you're really proud of, like what made you a career. And 3, a person of interest from your past that involving your career. Might be someone you screwed over, someone who screwed over you, someone who's chased you, yada yada.
Should we pick one of those 3 things?
Yeah, if one of those calls out to you, you can do that. It's just 3 things to take to mind so you can flesh out the character.
Wait, now we gotta, before we get rolling, we have to do our actual attributes now. This is where it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
There's 2 ways to do attributes before, so you don't have to keep flipping through the book. I can tell them how that works real quick. You can do what's called a focused attribute setup, which gives you 2 D10s, a D8, and a D6. Or actually, no, 2 of each, so 2 D10s, 2 D8s, 2 D6s. Or you can be versatile, which is 1 D10, 4 D8s, and a D6 into your attributes.
The important thing to know about the 5 attributes is they match pretty closely to traditional D20 attributes, except there's no charisma stat. That's because every stat has a physical side and a grifter side. Instead of having Intimidate be a charisma check, it's going to be a strength grifter check, and so forth. Intelligence is used for impersonation, knowing things about the person you're going to try to be, lying. Agility is your ability to fast talk. Willpower is your force of will in conversation, and so forth.
And all that's actually covered on page 31, 32 of the book, too, if you want to look at it.
So do we have to choose
I'm
as a
gonna go with
group
it.
to all be focused, or can we pick
No,
which
no,
one we
each
think
individual.
fits? Okay.
Everybody chooses one. I'm actually going to take myself as a versatile character, because versatility here, I think, is more important than the...
Just whatever fits the character concept you're thinking of,
Yeah.
too. Like, you might be very specialized, or you might be a jack of all trades sort of guy.
Chris, go whaleman. Have your hacker hitter stuff.
Okay. I was gonna say, are you grifting?
I was going to do the grifting one, because
Okay.
I'll let you have the whaleman, because it just sounds awesome.
Well, here's a legitimate question. How do we want to do this since we're using one master sheet, I think, for all of our characters, right?
I mean, I'm writing down my character currently.
Well, I'm having a problem getting my computer to reply to me, so...
I'm still creating the character sheet.
Yeah, that's fine. I need to make sure I have my stuff in front of me too.
I mean, once it's all written up, we can transfer it
Yeah,
over.
just do it all yourselves for now, and we can collect it all afterwards.
Do we? Okay, so basically, let's just create our characters as we see fit here, real quick.
Let's see.
As soon as this thing decides to load freaking Word, I'll be in good shape. Computer is slower than Christmas.
I'm gonna go with focused.
So the D8 and D10 that we've already assigned are for the rolls. The stats themselves are different numbers. Okay,
Yes.
got it.
That's the other half of every roll you're gonna make. If you look at the roles again, each one of them gives you an idea of which attributes are going to be very important for you, possibly, and why.
This thing wants to play nice. I'll be in good shape.
Sorry if I'm not reading things as fast as other people because I'm still trying to create it as I go.
You're fine.
No problem.
Hold it. Give me a new Google Doc. So I can have this ready going. Okay. I really need to get more memory in this computer.
Actually, I think I'm gonna go versatile with my D10 and agility.
Really. My Mozilla did not just lock up there. Thank you.
Well, hold on. That was your first problem right there.
It's. I know what it is. I think I actually do know what it is. It's this ridiculous, low amount of memory in this machine.
Let's see. I kind of want to build poorly and just give myself D10 and willpower because I'm awesome. Like the first part encompasses your self-esteem, force of personality, and determination.
Oh, maybe I should spell right, huh?
We're not allowed to use guns, correct?
I'm going.
You totally can use guns.
They strongly advise you not to because, one, the flavor of it, and second, because it goes against what the goals of the group will be because guns escalate things badly.
Well, if you do this right, you'll never get caught. That's the thing. And shooting people tends to do the complete opposite of
Tends
this.
to bring bigger things, bigger forces into play.
Indeed.
You want to deal with, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
got that.
And the other thing is, for anyone who's unfamiliar with leverage, you are Robin Hood types. You don't have to start off wanting to do that. The idea is that your character has enough of a morality to his crime. Like the adage is, you never con an honest man.
You can never
People
call
who, given enough of a shove, would find some desire to start doing crime for the good of others.
distinctions. So we got distinctions and then talents. Talents. Oh yeah, we could do specialties too. I keep forgetting about specialties. Dang it. That's a nerd. Oh, spotlight scene. Talents and specialties.
We're just doing the focus or first out for the thing, right? Am I missing anything?
Who still needs to pick their attributes, Fred?
Okay. I chose my attributes. That's why.
Yeah,
I'm good.
Got everything done. So.
Okay, if everyone's all set on that, the next step.
Distinctions.
You get 3 distinctions. Well, you can have up to 3 distinctions when you start the game. You choose one now, and the others can be decided later. The way distinctions work is they're some sort of trait about you that can work for you or against you. Like, for example, Nate Ford, the mastermind in Leverage, his would be drunk. It can be very bad for him, as it happens a lot in the show, or it also makes him really good at pretending to be a drunk on the street for when he needs to grift. So the way it works is when your distinction would be an advantage for you, you get an extra D8 on your roll. When it would work against you, you may choose to roll a D4 on the roll, which is a good and bad thing. Good because it's a little bit of a bonus, although not that much. But rolling a 1 in the system is how things go wrong. So when you start adding D4s, it causes complications.
I just kind of hope you roll a lot of 1s in this game because I think we need a lot of opportunity die.
Yep. The trade-off is when you choose to use your distinction to add a D4 and make an action risky, you get a plot point. And plot points are what you use to buy assets in a mission. It's like when you realize, oh, this would have really helped, you spend a plot point and you have a thing and you get more dice on your roll. You also use them on your talents. Talents work kind of like feats, but a lot of them...
You also use them to establish flashbacks.
Mm-hmm. You need to use them to get flashbacks, and you also need them for the final flashback for the mastermind. So they are very important.
Two of those.
So
you start the game with 2. Everybody.
Yep.
All right.
There is an example list on 34 as well.
Yes, there is. Things like gorgeous, actress, deceitful, bad boy, mysterious history.
Cocky. All right.
I like the one no. Really crazy. I think that
Hello,
if I'm not
Parker.
mistaken, if you go to the major PC section at the end of the job section?
Yep.
I think Parker has that one. Yeah, no, really crazy. Parker has that one.
Yeah. Parker has both crazy and then immediately after it, no, really crazy.
I wouldn't have given her that. I would have given her 20 pounds of crazy in a 5-pound bag.
Yes, that's an amazing one too.
Is there that in there?
No. It doesn't
Distinctions
have to
are
be
like
something you look,
aspects
it's
are in
just
Fate.
examples.
Distinctions are like aspects in Fate. They can be literally anything you want. As
All right,
long
so I'm
as
going to go with no really crazy and then no fear.
you only get to choose one at this point, though.
Oh, okay. So then no, really crazy.
I'm okay with me having cocky.
Okay.
I took noticeable, so there you go.
I decided to go with analytical.
Ooh, good one. Mastermind works for me, huh? Mastermind's... Ow! Really? Stop.
I kind of want Chris's character to have a weakness for awesome cars.
Rocky, why do you think you have to push in on my ribs and my gut? Somebody?
It could be a phrase, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it could be a phrase. It doesn't have to be like one word. It's just...
I'm gonna be I
Something
like
like
fast
what-
women and fast cars.
Loose women and fast cars is better, Chris.
Yes. Both are acceptable.
I like it.
Oh no, loose women is that's difficult. Fast women, that's different.
Okay, now that everyone has one of those, the next thing is talents.
Yeah,
You
well,
start
you get one talent.
You start with 2.
You start with one.
You don't have to choose, or no, I'm pretty sure it says 2.
I think you start with one. I think it's one because you have
It
to
says
establish
it says
an
1
additional
or
one.
2. I'll let you guys do 2.
Yeah, I think-
I'll have you guys establish one now, and the way it works is you can pick one while we play and have a flashback explaining it.
Yeah,
But,
that's what it is that you still have to, but you have to kind of explain it.
Yep. So you're gonna pick one now. The way talents work is you can buy more in the future, but at any one time, half of your talents have to belong to your primary role. The other half can belong to other roles or the last category, which is sort of a miscellaneous set of characteristics that anyone can take. These are basically your feats.
So how many traits do we get to start?
1.
Okay.
Like it has to be from your class role at the moment.
Yeah.
So we're just doing the talents right now. Sorry, you both kind of talked on each other, so I was
Yeah.
trying to.
So yeah, just pick a talent from your primary.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got one I'm going to take. So that'll be a fun one. Nothing like taking a talent that lets me act like I'm an expert at everything.
Hacker talents.
During the game, you'll be able to choose one you want and also take that one.
The one I took, by the way, is out of the Grifter book, but I can tell you exactly how it works. It's pretty simple.
Okay.
It's faux expert. With the right mixture of bluster, long words, and overconfidence, you know how to sound like an expert in any field. You need to dress the part to find the right trapping, yada, yada, yada. The effect is you can step up by any asset you create that exploits your phony expertise to a maximum of a D12. You can maintain one fake area of expertise per scene.
Nice.
Neat.
Told you, man. The companion has some really good stuff in there. They're worth downloading those additional 2 books, guys. They're not really big. They're only like 90 pages apiece, 100 pages apiece. And the Hitters, Hackers, and Thieves actually has 3 jobs in the back of it, 4 jobs in the back of it.
I love the names of the talents so much. So many of them are really good references. Like one of the hacker ones is shut down all the garbage mashers on the detention level.
I was reading that one exactly as you said that.
If you actually watch the show from beginning to end, you realize how many popular references they make. It's just obscene.
Absolutely. That's half of Hardison's character.
It is. The CGI Yoda thing is still one of the worst scenes in any episode. You're not allowed to reference CGI Yoda around nerds. Crucifixion. Can't believe Frank Oz voiced a CGI character.
Right. Barring anything out of the new books, I'm probably just going to go with Master Plan.
The stuff in the core book is not bad. It's just there's just not a lot of them in there, and the other books add like 3 or 4 new pages of talents.
Master Plan is a really cool one. So when something goes wrong, it's like, aha, I have a contingency for that.
There's a really good one for whoever's playing the hacker that lets you basically, you can spend a plot point and give somebody an asset for a scene. I think it's do you have that thing I gave you?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm reading them. The problem is I was not building a gadgeteer, and that's like I see it's how good it is. I'm like, I wasn't doing that.
Hey, if we get to that point, I'm probably going to try to pick that mid-game because that's exactly the sort of thing. That's exactly the sort of thing I want, and like my secondary is hacker, so.
Okay. So is everyone all set on that one?
Not at all.
Okay.
I just don't know which one I want.
The cool thing about the distinctions is they get decided by your crew members, depending on the flashbacks you tell them. It's their impressions of you.
Interesting.
Which I imagine is where Parker's 20 pounds of crazy in a 5-pound bag would come from.
The only thing I can say I don't care for in this system is advancing your characters takes for bloody ever.
Yeah. Basically, every job you earn goes on your character sheet as experience, and you spend your jobs to buy things.
And then some of the stuff costs like an exorbitant amount of jobs. Like there's, I want to say to upgrade your traits, it's like 8 jobs.
See, if this becomes long-running and just a periodic game, because I think that's the best format for this, we might house roulette differently so you guys can actually advance.
Yeah, that's actually, I've heard that's what a lot of people do with this game if they play it periodically, is that they just kind of like, yeah, we're not going to do that. That's ridiculous. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with you. Congrats.
I took my talent. I took the
What do you think?
PDQ Rembrandt.
Oh, everything takes less time. When you
Everything.
forge.
Forging artwork, documents, photographs, including ID cards.
Nice.
It fits with the whole aspect of trying to stay hidden even in the real world.
Mm.
Cool. Murdoch and Chris?
Yeah, let me see here.
I took aerialist.
Who's texting me on Facebook?
So I'm going to go with 37th degree black belt and yada yada.
That sounds fantastic.
It requires me to do a flashback moment to activate it, but basically I can explain how I learned some ridiculous fighting style that I don't actually have written on my sheet, and I get it for the scene by
Is
spending.
that from one of the slot plays?
Page
That's actually the
43
core.
from the hitter one.
Is it?
Okay. Cool. So everyone's all set on that one.
Indeed.
It also makes fighting styles a little bit less expensive for me, so long as I have a flashback showing that I've trained it first.
So, Al, something that confuses me is specialties. It's just you get 2 specialties, but you get to choose them whenever you want during the recruitment.
Yes, and then what happens is basically the group can help you determine them too. So like, depending on like if you set up in a flashback that you do something really fast as a hacker, the group can help you form on like say fast typing fingers, something like that.
So yeah, we kind of skipped over how specialties work. Specialties are specific things in your subset of skills that you're really good at, and you're going to add an extra D6 to. Examples being driving, explosives, stuff like that. They can be something that applies to the job or something just flavorful for your character. Like Elliot would have cooking and so forth. So everyone should have Everyone should have 3 roll dice that they still need to fill in, 2 distinctions they need to be filled in. Well, it says 2 talents, but we've chosen 1 already, and 2 specialties they need to decide. So the way the recruitment job works, it's going to start like a normal job where I give you guys the client and the information. You guys are going to work together to make the plan. And the way it's different than a normal job is you guys are kind of going to decide how things go. This job is about making you guys look good, so you guys get a feel of what every other person is capable of, what their character is like, and just to see each other be awesome. So, let's see. Throughout the recruitment job, you can get flashbacks, do flashbacks to give yourself plot points and to decide choose new things like specialties. Like, let's say something comes up where, like being good at driving would be awesome for my character right now, and I'm going to tailor my spotlight scene, which is what each of you is going to get, around my ability to drive. So I'm going to take the driving specialty, give myself a flashback of something in the past showing how awesome I am at driving.
The other way to establish, there's 2 ways to establish flashbacks that are not game ending, they're not wrap up. The second way you can do it, if you don't have a plot point, you can establish the flashback and you actually make a roll against it. And if you fail the roll, things don't go the way you wanted them to in the flashback. You still establish the flashback, but things go wrong for whatever reason. If you pass it, everything goes the way you want it to go. That is actually a possibility. The easiest way to do it is just to use plot points because it automatically succeeds. I got pull. Nice.
Well, those are the ones the normal flashbacks that for the normal game where you do flashbacks to say, oh, this is how it was all along, and you give yourself an asset. For recruitment, they're kind of free and they're for you to expose your character and to explain the choices you took to show character history. They're called establishment flashbacks. So whenever like one character might talk to another one about something about them, there might be a quick flashback, and you see something from the character's past. So with that, let's go over everyone's characters, so we have a general idea of who we are. If everyone has backstory loosely figured out and some names.
Well, all right. Well, my character is named Alexander Quinn. His story starts where basically he came from a lower middle class family, but he's pretty bright. Managed to get into MIT for engineering. Had nowhere near enough money to do it, so he started doing some extra legal stuff on the side to actually pay his way through college. By the end of it, he found out that he was way better at that than actual engineering, so he just kind of did that as his job.
Okay, so how did he become a mastermind then? That's our role, organizing other thieves to do jobs. How has he gone into that sort of work?
Well, he was always good at picking out details. One of the first things he did was ended up finding a embezzling scheme with the upper administration. Ended up busting like the current dean at the time. Maybe a possible enemy in his background for there.
Okay. So does he have a criminal background, or has he been pretty straight up to the point?
Kind of. He has an alias which has a criminal background. No one knows it's him though.
Okay. Is that alias well known at all in your kind of circle?
Relatively small time thus far.
Okay. Anyone else?
I can shoot. My dude's name is Stephen Halloway. He is a longtime grifter. I'm envisioning him being kind of a middle-aged guy, maybe mid-40s, somewhere in that range. And not only is he a grifter, a world-class grifter, he's done things like steal crown jewels, but he does it with savvy rather than with straight cons. He doesn't just lie his way through everything. He actually outsmarts the people that he's dealing with at all times. That's how he functions. And he's analytical, but not quite to the point where he's over-analytical. He has to do a lot of threat assessment and things like that before he really moves on with something.
Okay. What's kind of his MO as such a prominent criminal?
Since he's kind of noticeable, he's very gregarious. He tends to use his nature as an in route with people, and for all intents and purposes, he gets them to do everything for him. Lead them where, if something's hidden, lead you where it needs to be, where you need to be. If it's got a security system, have them turn it off, rather than having to make anyone else on his team risk themselves for it.
Okay. Murdoch or Chris? Or Jeremy?
I have not had time to think about much.
That's
I'm working on it.
We can
My
give it
character's name, I got one. His name is Ace. Doesn't have a last name that anybody's aware of.
I'll find out.
He's known as Ace. He's deft at hands and just doesn't care. He always leaves a card in people's pockets and stuff. It's not like it's not like an ace of spades or anything stupid, but it's like an actual business card. He would usually leave one blank that just says you were just robbed, or you were just pickpocketed, or I took your shit.
IOU.
Yeah, or an IOU.
I just got an
However-
image in my head of the Simpsons episode with the cat burglar that leaves the card behind. You were just robbed by the Springfield cat burglar.
However, in the circles, people started calling him Ace because of leaving the card, and people are just not creative. And so he's decided to trade on that nickname. So now he has a stack of business cards that say, he's got like a small wallet of business cards that he takes out for the appropriate situation. If he pickpockets you, he takes out the pickpocket card. If he robs you, there's your safe. He'll leave a little standy business card that says you were just robbed by Ace. Are we already working together? Because then he's going to have business cards that made up specifically that says "and friends."
You will not already be working together.
Okay, so then it just says you were robbed by Ace and stuff like that.
Okay, cool. What's his MO? What kind of stuff does he go after?
The stupid, ridiculous stuff. So the job that he was caught on is he was trying to steal the Constitution of the United States, the original Constitution of the United States.
You just went full Nicolas Cage.
However, he got
I'm
caught
sorry,
on that
but
job.
he's going to be Nicolas Cage to me for
No.
You went to try to steal the Constitution.
Yeah, but Nicolas Cage succeeded.
That's because he got there first.
Yes.
And he was going after the Declaration of Independence. Much less
Exactly.
illegal.
Exactly, you morons. You plebes.
Hey, I
So that-
didn't say anything. I'm not a plebe here.
Yeah, so that happens. As far as the types of jobs that he's succeeded at is he's stolen an Oscar from Leonardo DiCaprio. It was obviously a fake, but he wanted to prove that DiCaprio had been so pissed off at not winning that DiCaprio had one forged, and so he took the forgery from DiCaprio.
You are the most interesting thief in the world.
Yes. I took really crazy. He does things like Dave Merritt just passed, and he stole his BMX bike. Tony, he just steals random things because he thinks it's funny. And really, nothing is off limits to Ace.
Okay.
And I also need something for Chris, for Ace.
Got it.
By the way, I linked a picture of that stupid card because that is exactly what came into my head the moment he said he left behind a card.
I like it.
What is this? Oh, the cat burglar. No, but he's a cat burglar. I am not a cat burglar. I am Ace.
It doesn't matter what you are. It's what it came into my head the moment that you said that.
I'll try to find a character picture.
Sure, I will go next. I'm going to be playing Luca Diamato. He is the hitter. He's lived a pretty precarious, scamped life growing up. He pretty much always got himself into different street gangs and hustles and stuff like that. And what ended up kind of turning him around was he accidentally got involved with the mob out of Providence, Rhode Island. And he found himself peddling or pushing drugs down the canals that are built through the city there. And he kind of came to like a self-realization that he needed to fix himself. And he's busted out, but he's left some bad ties behind with the mobsters.
All right. What sort of crime has he been hired to do before, besides the drug pushing?
He's mainly a thug type guy. He's pretty good with cars, but it tends to get him in a little bit of trouble at the same time. Like he'll go on like a job that notoriously went bad for him. He was supposed to drive one car, and then he saw a better getaway car for them, and he carjacked that person and then used that car to get away. It didn't quite end very well. They ended up wrecking that car. He had to take the money back, and the guy that hired him on ended up losing money out of the deal. He has not had a super successful career.
Just
We're
very
a bunch of
skilled,
fuck-ups. I
but
love
just
it.
things haven't gone right for him.
I absolutely love there were a bunch of fuck-ups. I just want to put that out there.
That were a bunch of fuck-ups?
Yes.
Chris, this is sounding like the crew of the USS Misfit. Terrible ideas we have.
How are you doing, Jeremy?
Oh, yeah, I got something. Now, if anybody wants to help me, refine it better, I would appreciate it. But essentially, my goal is, I'm supposed to be a 17 to 19-year-old Russian teenager. My name is Maxim Zivanetsky.
Oh, it's a good name. I like it.
I thought mine was pretty hard.
God, man. At least I can remember Chris's character name because
No. People who don't speak Russian just call him Max.
The most important part of your hacker character, though, is what's your tag. You can think about that if you want.
That I haven't thought about because
It's a robot
I've been just
kitty.
trying to
Maximus Longinus.
No. Roomba.
No.
Roomba. No, get this. Get
sorry
this.
to interrupt
It's
you.
not
Keep going.
happening.
No, here's why.
Oh my God.
Because he'll clean you out.
It's not happening.
Roomba.
It's not happening. Essentially, he was just one of those bored kids. So he learned how to use a computer. The one at his local library first because of he's poor, didn't have any money. Eventually, while at the local library and learning computers, he learned a little bit more coding. He then eventually hacked into people's bank accounts. Started stealing money. That's how he got money. His mother never figured out why. He eventually moved out and joined some bigger hacker circles. And he was gonna try to make a name for himself, and so he decided he was gonna hack a couple different places at once. Namely, most of the American government, different branches and everything. He was going to do it all himself in one night. That was his challenge to himself. He didn't succeed. He was caught.
How is he free now if he got caught? What happened to him?
Well, he destroyed most of the evidence before anybody got to him.
They
But
had to let him go for lack of evidence.
yes, pretty much.
He's got an FBI guy in a 1980s sedan falling around like 50 feet back.
Most of the time, yes.
You were Russian and you hacked
NPC
things.
noted.
You got a problem with that?
Okay, has he turned over a new leaf after that incident? Like, what's his life in crime now?
Honestly, crime wasn't really the goal. It was boredom that was the goal.
So he's just looking for something new?
Yes. He tried one thing, he didn't do it, so now he's going to try another thing. And he's still in search of that. But not like he's fully past, every now and then getting someone's bank account, getting like
Who did he
$100 out of
steal
it.
all that money from? Did he just steal from whoever he wanted, like innocent people who needed it badly?
He stole from banks.
Okay. People with insurance.
Yep,
After the collapse, because fuck those people.
pretty much.
All right, so that's all really awesome.
Your handle should be an Estafador, the swindler.
Robot kitty.
No, Roomba, because he cleaned them out.
No, I got this.
Oh, God, what are those things called?
Roombas?
No.
Roomba. It's a Roomba. Roomba? Roomba.
You keep pitching this. It's just not working, dude.
No, that's
You can
that's a
say
different
Jackal
joke.
all you want, but it's not happening.
It's Jackal? It's Jackal.
No. See, because I don't have a good idea about what my hacker name is, so I'm just looking hacker names up. Solid Legend.
Oh.
Hey, man, if Will Wheaton's character's name in the show could be Chaos.
SOL.
But it's gonna be solid. But the O has like it's gonna be like a 0 instead.
An engineering 0.
Yeah.
Hey, do me a solid. Okay, so solid legend with a 0.
Wow, that is the second gayest thing I've heard today.
What?
See, I
Is
was
there
just gonna
3 in
suggest
the legend
Peroski.
somewhere?
There you go, man.
Oh my god. Okay.
I'm so disappointed in you.
Why?
You know why.
No, I don't. I'm confused. I want to know why I'm being disappointed by why I'm disappointing Tom.
Okay. Well, let's.
I was gonna say you should have gone with Peroski, but
Broski.
I don't.
Broski or Proski?
You have to tell
Peroski.
me. You have to tell me why you think that.
It's an individually sized fried bun dessert thing that's Russian.
Why would I go for that?
Because it's
Look,
hilarious.
all
That is hilarious.
hackers are egotistical.
That definitely goes on the list as something that would be in the dark humor vein of Leverage.
They call me Peroski.
Chris, you're not allowed to talk about it.
They call me baklava because I got sticky fingers.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
I used to think Chris's terrible ideas were just confined to the hangouts I was with him, but you know.
Oh, no, it is a
apparently
group
not.
effort.
Yeah, this stupidity is an absolute group effort.
I'm loving
Chris,
these characters.
Chris, go ahead and make something for me with that.
With Peroski?
Oh no, that picture.
I love it.
Okay.
Chris, I'm not going to give you a picture because I can't find one that I like, so just go with it.
It was
Okay.
easy for me. I just looked up Slav Squat. Had everything I needed.
All right. So, all of you have been in a little bit of a break in your criminal activity. Some of you have been
They
caught.
let me out after I tried to steal the Constitution.
Oh,
Wrong.
Lack of
okay.
proof.
Let's go. How did you get out of that?
Huh?
How did you get out of that? Why are you still around?
He works as a government informant.
Because,
Yeah, you know what?
because it wasn't the U.S. Constitution, it was like the French Constitution, so it didn't even matter.
I went for the
I didn't even
Canadian,
go in
the French
Walmart and
Canadian
steal a roll of
Constitution.
toilet
They
paper.
said,
It'd
"I'm
be about
sorry,
as
we
useful."
surrender." You know what? No, they got me before I got to them, before I got to the Constitution, and so they were just like, "You're a moron. Go do a few years in jail," because I didn't actually get to make. They essentially found me trespassing and gave me a very harsh.
Okay. Are you fresh out of prison?
Yes.
Okay. And so I have a pretty good idea of what everyone's been doing recently. What about you, Kyle? With
Me recently?
with
Been
Steven.
hitting the gym.
Yeah. I took a break after I decided to rob the Sultan of Brunei. So I kind of went to ground, more or less, because Sultan of Brunei has this thing with removing people's heads.
Okay. So some of you have been laying low, like Luca and Steven. A couple of you are fresh off of some field escapades. And what's Alexander up to, Tom?
Well, unlike the rest of you, he's still moving up in his career. He's basically been working freelance. I can't remember the character's name. The opposite mastermind in the Two Live Crew job. He's basically that guy. He's been wandering from place to place.
Hershey, why'd you have to mention that job? Because I could have told you his name.
You mean
You know
Will
what? Hang on,
Wheaton?
I've got the real book. It'll be in here.
No, the guy who was in charge of the crew that Will Wheaton was on.
I know. It'll be in the portal. Hang on.
Will Wheaton?
Oh,
Yeah.
He was the forger, right?
Yeah.
No,
Well-
he's the opposing mastermind.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he also did some forgeries.
Well, it was the Mona Lisa job.
Yeah.
Marcus Stark.
Yeah, that guy. Basically, he was doing the same thing as that guy. He's going from a city, rounding up a crew for a job, doing it, and then moving on. So,
Is he sick of that at all?
not really, no.
Okay. Okay, but that's freelance. Okay, so we know where everyone is. You've all received a message from someone calling themselves simply by H. You all know from your research and how you received the message that, and the information he's giving, that it's kind of a big deal, and he's giving you an opportunity for a job, but he needs to test you first. He wants you to go through a smaller job, evaluate your performance, and then you'll have a great opportunity on a really big payoff. You've all found what he's offering reasonable enough to give it a shot, and he has gotten you all hotel rooms in Boston. Once you guys all
What's
meet up,
my scratch like?
what's your what like?
Scratch.
Money.
Personal cash.
Oh, whatever you want it to be with. It's not terribly important. It's
Okay.
more
Turn this down again.
background thing.
Speaker system is too finicky as hell.
And that's
Like
that
I
you still
imagine
need
coming
to
out of
work.
prison, you probably have a cache somewhere of all the things you've stolen. If you want. So
I
it
was just
doesn't
making
really
sure
matter.
I'm not pickpocketing
You
over
guys
the
are
night.
all world-class criminals, or can be world-class criminals. Your resources don't really matter too much. Your money isn't really going to matter. It's more plot-driven that way.
Okay, I'm just because again, none of us know the system, so.
Yep. Good question. And you've all received a note. Greetings. I've gathered you all here today for a test of sorts, to see if you've got what it takes to work together for a truly big job. Downstairs is your client for the day. This is in the morning, by the way. Speak to him. He will tell you what he needs. And you will have until 6 a.m. tomorrow to completely fulfill the parameters. And that is all. It is currently 8 a.m.
What, 22
And
hours.
it is also Valentine's Day. It is Sunday.
H is a dick. Maximus.
You need to type that out, Jeremy.
Why?
You sent me a picture. You want an overlay? I need your name.
So you guys have all met each other the first time. If you want to go around and describe your character's appearance and whatever your reaction to this
There you go.
notice is.
Interesting.
Start with Tom.
All right. Alexander is a man in his late 20s, relatively thin and tall, black hair, glasses, fairly unassuming, doesn't wear particularly fine clothes, but just sort of sits quietly in the corner.
Okay. Ace?
Ace is more of a flashy man. He comes in, he wears sunglasses like an asshole. He's like a bro, you know. He takes his sunglasses and puts them up on his head like that, and he's got them up, and he's like, "Hey, yo, bartender! Look at this fucking dude, not giving me a fucking drink, piece of shit." And as he's distracting people, kind of, you know, being loud, he starts stealing tips off the bar that people are leaving for the bartender. He'll even swipe a credit card that's out. And as soon as he gets the drink, he sits down, starts drinking, and, you know, pays with it with the tip money.
Okay. Luca.
Luca, he'll actually like as Ace like just sits down and like throws an arm over the random stranger next to him who happens to be Luca, and Luca just kind of looks over, like pets over his mustache real quick, and then he goes back to his drink quietly.
Okay. Max. You get carded at the bar.
After I get carded, I will I'm gonna curse him in Russian. Just saying, I haven't been carded since I was 5.
What is your secondary, Max? Because I'm trying to chat to you quietly, and you're just not responding.
Because I'm trying to do like 3 different things.
His secondary is Grifter.
Grifter. Okay.
My secondary is Grifter.
Okay.
Sorry. After I get carded and I do all that, I walk in. I look around, and I will go and get myself a shot of vodka, and then go and sit at a booth.
Are you old enough to get a shot of vodka?
I am old enough. He will never say his age.
Does he?
No, this is Ace looking at you, just like, are you old enough to get a shot of vodka, buddy?
Does he have the fake ID for it, given your background?
Yes. I'll say da. And I'll show
I'll
you.
look at you and be like, no, really, I'm the police. Let me see your ID.
He'll look at you. He'll laugh. Police.
How do you laugh?
Ha!
Do you actually throw your head back?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna like kind of fall forward, like, oh Jesus, Luke, why did you hit me, dude? The guy that I had my arm on, who is now I know is Luca, and I'm gonna pick his pocket for his ID.
Wow.
Okay. To show how this works, we can do a little opposed roll here. So, Murdoch, you're going to roll Agility Thief, and Jeremy is going to roll Thief Alertness. Oh, although we haven't filled in all the dice yet.
If you don't have it filled in, assume a D6.
Yeah,
That's your
okay.
fallback.
So a D6 plus your alertness.
So D6 plus my alertness.
Mhm.
All right. Where's my? Yeah. I rolled a 6 and a 2.
What's your total?
8.
I beat you on 1 die. I'm at a 14.
Okay.
Ooh, he not only does he succeed, he actually gets a extraordinary success.
Yeah. So, just how much flair do you pull that off with, Ace?
As Luca turns around, I'm like, dude, what the fuck? And then I go to like push Luca a little bit, and then I whisper to him like, come at me a little bit, bro. And then as I'm pushing Luca, I'm gonna lift his wallet too.
Ever the thief, always willing to steal people's pockets,
All right.
even when you're already stealing someone's pockets.
And lastly, what is
Because
what is Stephen is our last one up.
Yep. Well, Stephen is he's going to come down to the bar area, and since he's the only person apparently listened to him and listened to the part that said, "Hey, you have a client downstairs," he's going to see if anyone sticks out like a sore thumb. He's going to take a notice action, which should be mastermind plus alertness.
Sure thing.
So 2d8 for me, and you have to roll against it with you have to assign scene attribute to this. So.
Yep.
I got a 12.
Okay. It is a crowded bar, so it takes a little bit of perusing. It's lounge bar area. After your total was 12,
Yep.
people who
I actually had that image originally
were
for
by
me.
themselves, and you
That was
pretty
originally going to
quickly-
be my character image.
you notice someone who seems a little out of place. He's at a booth all by himself. He is a very old gentleman, which very dressed in a tweed jacket. You wouldn't think he's the kind of client for a group of thieves, but he has a very nervous aura about him. That
I'm gonna sidle
brings
over
right
to him. I'm gonna sidle over to him, and I'm probably gonna pass where Luca's gonna use pocket pick. And as I'm walking past all that, I'm going to just kind of. Steven's kind of oily, if you understand what I'm saying. Everything he does, he's very almost slimy about it.
slick.
Kind of, yeah. He's the guy that would sell his grandmother into slavery if he knew he could get a quick buck out of it.
Sorry, just like Jeremy's character screen.
You're all good.
Don't be jealous.
Is he?
I'm afraid to look. I actually am afraid to look at that drive link right now.
It's pretty good. I like the picture that Chris picked out for Ace.
Interestingly,
It
since
was
I've already
originally going to
interrupted
be
my
my character
narrative,
picture, actually. That's terrible.
actually, since I've already interrupted my narrative, Brendan, if you look at that legacy link I dropped, that's a book of jobs for this game. Just don't run them on me because I created them.
Cool. All
Anyway,
right, so
so
back to your
I sidled up into the booth next to him, and I give him a smile that basically says, "Yeah, I'm way creepy at this point. This guy's probably like, what the fuck?"
Alright. If I may interrupt for a second. Before that happens, because my character's just been kind of like sitting at the sides and watching all this unfold,
Yep.
I want him to like pass by next to Steven and like press a comm into his hand as he walks towards the rest of the group.
Okay, that works for me. I'm gonna palm that the best I can. So.
Okay, I'm going to say that's very easy to go unnoticed, given the crowded nature of the bar of the lounge.
Yeah. So as he gives him like this smile that should creep out about everybody else in the bar, it's the one that says "I drive a van" that says free candy on the outside.
Can I help you, sir?
And I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna tell him straight to his face, "I think you're the person we're looking for. You need some help, right?"
Yes. You said we? And he squints as he looks around you. He looks like he's in his 80s, and he's legitimately trying to see if some of the people standing around you are with you.
I kind of click my fingers a couple times, bring his attention back to me. "Don't worry about who my associates are. We'll help you. What do you need?"
As he scans the room, he sees Luca rolling up his sleeves because Ace said, "Come at me, bro."
No, he
Like,
didn't. He said he goes, "Make it look good. Make it look good." Like
Luca's been hitting the gym and trying to live the quiet life for the past couple months, so he's a pretty big dude to begin with. Like, he looks like he squeezed himself into this button-down shirt he's got on.
Look, his head looks like the end of a toothpaste tube when you squeezed it from the middle. Is that what I'm getting, Chris?
Mm-hmm.
By the way,
Alright,
like
so,
when that starts happening, though, like I'm going to walk up to the other three and it's like, "Gentlemen, job's already begun. Take your links." And I'll like hand out the comm links. I'm putting one in my ear as well.
who are you?
I'm the one with the plan.
How do you know? How do you know we're here for a job?
Because it was part of the plan.
Sir, if you don't mind, he holds up one finger, and then it immediately turns into like lightning fist and just like rabbit punches Ace right in the nose.
Same team! Same team! What the fuck, bro?
You said make it look good.
Yeah, for the idiot that we don't have to make it look good anymore, you underage fuck. And then he throws his wallet, backs his wallet back at him.
So while all this is going on, you said
You're only like 17.
you said Alexander was walking away. Where is he going?
Oh, I walked up to those three and handed them comms. That's what happened. And now I'm just standing there with them, like looking at them. It's like, as usual, we're off to a fantastic start.
Okay, so back to Stephen, the old gentleman. After you explain yourself to him, it's like, Yes, please, have a seat, young man.
I'm already sitting, so
Oh, okay.
I made myself very comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
As a reference point, so you understand what you're looking at, Stephen is like a middle-aged guy, like 42, 43 years old, gray hair, clean shaved, and he doesn't quite look like a bodybuilder, but he's an extremely broad fellow. He's tall and broad. Talking 6'3", 240, 250, built like an NFL linebacker kind of guy.
Okay. Well, my name is Jefferson Fulton. I was told that you and your associates might be able to help me. I've exhausted all other recourse up to this point.
Go on.
I own a museum in the city, the Fulton Museum. My wife and I founded it. Our business has been going downhill for a few years now. And just a week ago, or just a few weeks ago, it had a turn for the worst and we were robbed. A single item. We went to our insurance company, was it Bellevue, and they sent an insurance investigator to help us. The item was quite valuable, $1 million. A classical Greek statue. She seemed to be doing well. She was very dedicated to her work, and then out of the blue, we were blamed for the robbery. We were accused of insurance fraud. She planted the evidence, I am sure of it. I don't know why. I don't know what she has to gain from it. But the statue is still missing, and our business will die because of this. No one will let their product be stored here, be stored in my museum, and we are being sued by the insurance company. No one will believe
another
me.
One of those little smiles, and I tell him that insurance companies are my specialty. I'm more than happy to help you with those cockroaches.
Truly. My wife has been distraught with this. She wasn't in good health in the first place. Our ability to fight this has been meager at best. And the law is of no help anymore, seeing as we are assumed guilty because of the evidence presented.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll get you your statue back. I'll get you a little bit of money on the side. How about that?
Whatever you can. What is most important to me is the museum. I want us to be able to stay open. We need our good name absolved.
So what it sounds like is you need your name back and you need her name turned into mud. I think I can do that.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to kind of slide out of the seat, and I'm going to walk over to where the other guys are arguing with each other after rabbit punching each other in the face.
Yeah, what do you guys look like at this point after the rabbit punch? A good couple minutes later.
I'm just like, what the fuck? Same team, and I threw Max's wallet back, and I'd be like, oh fuck, dude, god damn it, he's 17 getting served at the bar, and you're rabbit punching me in the face, bro? God damn it, man!
Luca goes, "Oh, I get what you're saying." Grabs the drink from Max and drinks it.
Oh, ow! God, is my nose broken?
Nah, you're fine.
I'm gonna look at the bartender and be like, dude, is my nose broken? Come here. Come here.
He leans into you, sizes you up.
Behind him, I'm pouring drinks for myself and Luca. And then I'm just gonna start giving drinks to Luca.
Well, a few more drinks and you'll probably forget about it.
Yeah.
And he pushes you a drink. Here, this one's on the house.
Thanks. Just shoot it. Let's go get a table, my new friends.
And just as you're saying this, Steven walks up to you guys.
I have to know what you guys think of this kind of really large guy walking up to you.
Hey,
Yeah,
dude, no,
Luca's
man.
broad, but
I'm not a
not tall,
prostitute,
by the way.
bro.
I'm gonna offer him a drink.
How many drinks did I get poured, by the way, and hand to Matt and to Luca?
Luca's just gonna keep sliding him over to the far side of him as they're being handed over.
Yeah.
Everybody here is like, so I walk up and immediately the first reaction is, here's booze! Everyone drink! So I'm thinking to myself, what the hell am I getting myself into?
I love, by the way, that no one seconded it on Thief. Just for the record. No one seconded on Thief, so I'm sitting here just being stealing from everybody, and no one gets.
To be fair, my original idea was going to be hitter thief, but I didn't want to do hitter thief and thief hitter.
Fair.
A little bit too much of a double coverage there.
So that's what
All
I'm
right, so
doing.
you guys settle in. You got a table.
So,
Okay.
The
This
old
is
gentleman
fun.
is still sitting alone at his booth because he's not sure what to do.
So who's the hacker here? Which one of us is the hacker? I know, is Ace our hacker?
Yes.
Ace is the hacker. Okay.
Are you asking out of game or in game?
You guys are legitimately just meeting for the first time now.
Yeah.
Are you asking in game or out of game is the question.
Out of game right now, but I need to know who I direct my question at because I'm just basically going to blurt out. We need to run this guy to see if what he's telling me is the truth. And I'm going to give you guys all the information.
Because
Out
if
of
you're
game-
asking out of game, no, Ace is not the hacker. Ace
Out
is-
of game, I am the hacker.
Okay,
But
so
if you
Max
ask
is the
in
hacker.
game, Maxim doesn't say anything.
And Ace says, yeah, I'm the hacker, what's up?
No, that was totally out of game.
Okay.
I'm just going to say that whoever wants to get cracking on it, we need to check this guy's story out and give you all the information he gave me. And it's
Did
basically
everyone,
like, get on it.
Everyone heard what I said before.
yep.
What'd you say?
Okay, guy owns a museum, had a valuable statue stolen a couple weeks ago. He has been supposedly framed for insurance fraud, and his museum is going to close because of it, and he might possibly go to jail.
Incidentally,
And his wife.
Alex would probably be the one to tell you this because he was listening on the comms while you guys were doing your Three Stooges thing. So that gets explained. It has a point. So yeah, we should definitely check him out. Aside from that, we also need to check out this insurance agent, where she lives, where she works. Standard affair.
Of course, when we look him up, her name should come up. So, as a reference point, Brendan, this part of the game is pretty much anything we need to know, we're able to find.
Yeah, I'm aware that just waiting for you guys to settle in. I imagine Hacker does his hacker thing, and you guys are going to get
I'm doing it on my cell phone.
it.
I'm doing it right there in the bar as he's asking.
No, on his BlackBerry.
He's using the bar Wi-Fi.
Whoa, whoa. I have BlackBerry. I have one of each type.
I have BlackBerry. Okay.
I'm gonna rock the Windows phone.
Rock the Windows phone. Why don't you just go ahead and pull out a BlackBerry and get it over with?
I mean, honestly, I kind of. Yeah, I'm just gonna pull out my BlackBerry. But I'm not gonna make it obvious. I'm gonna keep on drinking and joining the conversations as I do so.
Interesting.
So why do you need to lie to the bartender there, Max?
What do you mean lie? I didn't lie at all. I drink for such a long time. What you want?
What you want? What are you, Chinese? Russian? Dude, keep your cover story straight, man.
All right. He drops the accent. Okay, what do you want from me? You want to know my real age? No, it's not happening. I'm as old as. Shut up.
It's 17. Dude, I saw your ID. What are the 3 of them that you had in there anyway?
None of those with my real ID.
Weirdo. And you, fat boy, what's your story?
Who are you talking to?
The fat one?
Nobody's fat here. Everyone here.
Kyle's character.
He's not fat. I said he's built like a linebacker. You obviously have a very poor misconception of what
Fat people can be linebackers.
No, they
You
can't.
You have obviously not played football recently.
Holy crap. Ill-informed comments. They win. If you're pointing at me and saying, hey, fat one, I'm going to glare at you, and I'm going to pick up an ashtray and throw it at you.
Why would you throw an ashtray at me? What the fuck is wrong with you
You
people?
called me fat.
You are fat. Look at you.
You're about to get hit with a bar stool. That's the next step. And since this is a modern bar, I'm imagining it's made of aluminum.
What? So now you're just going to be racist against fat people?
I'm going to try to intervene before this gets terrible.
Jesus, you and Tiny over there, and he points to Luca.
It's like, all right, gentlemen, this is not helping. We need to keep focused on the task at hand, which starts with you shutting up.
I'm gonna. Once.
Yeah, he really needs to shut up.
Brendan,
I'm clearly pointing at you, your character.
Yeah, no, he's clearly saying, yeah, he really does need to shut up.
Brendan,
Yes.
I just want to let you know, once I have the information, I'm gonna send it to Ace's phone.
Okay.
He's the hacker.
I'm not even I'm not even a good liar either. Why are you guys like?
So you start getting a bunch of emails, Ace. Your phone is buzzing. When you go to look at it, it's a bunch of links to social media pages and such. There's a few dozen.
What the hell is this?
I'll just sigh and take the phone and start reading it.
It's information porn.
What? No, as you start to take my phone, Ace is like, no!
I'm the one who steals shit.
What the fuck is wrong with you trying to take another man's cell phone? There could be fucking dick pics on here. You don't know what I'm into. Some brownie batter and fucking clown porn on this thing. Shut up!
Midget amputee porn coming your way.
You want to see what's on my phone? Ask, asshole.
Well, I assume that you
don't just take from people.
might hypocritical coming from you, but nevertheless, I assume what you just got was information that was just requested for.
Hey, I'm the hacker. I told you this.
Sure you are.
Obviously, if I've got the information that was requested.
Mm-hmm. He'll cast a glance at Max and then cast a glance at you. Whatever you say, dear.
I even have a slideshow for all of it. I assume Max put a nice slideshow together for me.
You have a PowerPoint. What are you talking about?
So I just go, boop, 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 and put a slideshow presentation together.
All right, so you start flipping through the phone. The insurance investigator's name is Valerie Plume. She's worked with. She is a good-looking 38-year-old woman.
She's too old.
I'll be
She has
robbing
been
the
working
cradle
with
there.
insurance for 6 years, and she has a very strong record. She has a good history of really being able to find insurance fraud. She's caught a lot of people in the act, and she's also tracked down her fair number of criminals. And some of you in those sorts of circles stealing goods like art or jewels might be familiar with her name, and she's not someone to normally be trifled with. She's good at her job. From her social media, you see she is twice divorced, and generally kind of a lonely person. She's got on a lot of dating sites. She's got eHarmony, OkCupid.
I already have all their logins.
Yep. Christian Mingle, JDate.
Wait a minute. Christian Mingle and J-Date?
Half and half. Sometimes you gotta play all the.
Hey man, I think she qualifies.
Is she
Looking
pictured
through
under
these profiles, you see she molds herself effortlessly to try to appeal to different people. She's she makes her own personas. They don't all match. You can see she probably embellishes some things, and you also see that she there was a newspaper article a couple of weeks ago about her finding out how the Fultons, respectable old museum owners, stooped to insurance fraud to try to save their failing museum. And she has plans today, actually, for Valentine's Day. Her friend, Tiffany, is dragging her out for speed dating tonight. The offices for Bellevue is right here in Boston, and she's going to the Hanover Lounge in the North End for speed dating tonight.
Did you actually look that up? Is that really where speed
No,
dating
it's
happens?
not a real. It's if you look it up, Hanover Street is a street in the North End.
Oh, I know it is.
Yeah. And she lives in Newton, right outside of town. About a half-hour to 45-minute drive to work, depending on the traffic.
All right. Aside from the possibility that the Fultons are, in fact, the guilty party in this, we have 3 targets. One is the woman herself, her home, and her place of work.
And her friend.
Yes, but she'll be with her friend. So, at the moment, they're in the same place. So, let's divide this up sanely, shall we? One of us should go over to speed dating and properly seduce her. I'm not exactly a people person, but I'm going to assume that you are, he says, pointing to Stephen.
While we wait for that, one other thing you'll notice from since she has so many online dating sites, I imagine Maxim is making a little compilation of her preferred types of men.
Yes.
She likes the younger men. She likes her trophy boys. She likes being a woman in a position of
Power.
economic power, and she likes the younger men. Her friend, however, Tiffany Marco, she's also single, about the same age. She's a real estate agent, and she chases after the richer, older men.
She a gold digging nigga.
Interesting. How old is Steve again? Still here.
Kyle, you with us?
I'm going to guess no. Yeah, he probably stepped off for a second. Okay. Well, either way, he should still be with them. Oh, hello. Fucking internet is what he is typing in the chat for all
Fair
those
enough.
watching.
It happened.
Okay. Does he have a quick response? Does he have a response to
How old he is?
what Alex just said? And also how old he is? Believe you said late 40s? Late 40s.
All right, so older men. All right, so he would be prime for seducing the friend. We would need someone to actually interact with the woman herself. Like I just kind of like cast a glance at Maxim. How much charisma is there?
You get that Slav look. he just has a bottle of vodka. Just look at you. It's just like, yep.
All right.
You gotta scan through each one of us, and it's like Maxim is all leaned back, like I don't care, and then you look at Luca, who's over here flexing to himself. Luca, by the way, like 24, like spends way too much time in the gym.
Oh, sorry. Let me just switch that.
Ace has a woman in his lap already. Ace is like 25, 26.
To flip that back around, I got that mixed up. Valerie likes the older men, and Tiffany likes the younger men.
Interesting.
I'm not sure which one makes this more amusing.
I just realized that I should probably showcase our grifter in this one. So yeah.
Hey, by all rights, I am secondary grifter.
Yeah.
Of a sort. Alright, so he should definitely prime Valerie. At the very least, we have the home and the place of work to investigate. Which one should I send the thief to?
Both.
Yeah. Go one or the other is probably the best thing. Okay, here's how I suggest this goes down. Obviously, our grifter is going to interact with the mark. Hitter and thief are going to first visit the house and then head over to the place of work to see what's up. All the while, hacker is going to be priming for information in the workplace, defenses, security, things like that, so be ready for them by the time they get there. I myself will be investigating the old man to see if he's on the up and up.
Okay. So the way this works is kind of falls into your guys' hands now. You all are going to have a chance to do what you're good at. So each of you, whatever chronological order you guys want to be doing this job in. I imagine the speed dating will be later since it is at nighttime in the evening. So what happens first? What do you guys start with?
We cannot hear you. So Kyle just typed in the thing.
If I may, I think the thieving in the house to give our grifter the edge of what she likes.
Seems reasonable. By the way, I hand out comms to everyone so we can all talk to each other.
But Kyle, because he's got internet issues.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I will be back in a second. I have to go to the bathroom.
Mm-hmm. From her dating profiles, you can see that her interests are in man with a strong personality who knows what he wants, has a stable career, doesn't play games.
Yeah, but that's just what her dating profile says. What is she actually like?
Mm-hmm.
He wants crazy, ridiculous, like over-the-top nonsense.
That's what I'm going to be after. Yes, she likes S&M. I'm totally cool with that.
So we're going to lead off with the house. One mechanic that happens here is that you can take someone with you, and when that person tries to help you with something they're not, that their current roles do not mesh with, they're going to get to make a roll, and we're going to find out what your other three roles are. So, is there someone here who's who you would want to take with you to help you?
Well, the plan said Chris and I are going to go.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Okay.
Chris and I will go.
Okay. You guys will drive into Newton. She lives right
So
off
hold
of.
on, real quick. Ace is kind of macho, so he's going to go for his car. He's going to look at Luca and be like, taking two cars seems very uneconomical.
What are you guys driving?
Luca's got like
I'll be
a
right back, guys.
'67 Mustang that's all like in super pristine condition.
I'm driving a stately 1987 Gremlin. It's been on a jail. I'm looking to upgrade to a Geo Metro soon, though.
You know what? I like the image of Luca, the oversized beefcake, squeezing into this gremlin. So after the discussion of economical, Luca's like, "Yeah, it'll probably look bad if we roll up with two cars. We'll just take yours." And then he sees the car, lets out a sigh and squeezes himself in the passenger seat.
Alright. So you guys will head out of town in about half an hour. You've gone into Newton. She lives right off the highway. She's a quick drive into Boston. She lives in a nice two-story or three-story house with an attic, full-sized family house. Although she lives by herself. Her outside of the house not really kept up. She doesn't seem to be much of a homebody. The lawn's overgrown. And and there's no car in the driveway.
I'll look at Luca. I'll look at Luca and be like, "Hey, give me a minute."
All right.
Ooh, I like Alexander Quinn. That looks really good.
It's Richard Branson.
I couldn't
Excuse
find-
me, Sir Richard Branson.
Damn.
So I'll go scout, make sure no one truly is home.
Okay, give me thief alertness.
How do I know what my alertness is?
If you don't
Yep.
have anything inside it, then it's a
All of
D6.
your attributes should have a value.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. So then it's a D8. Is alertness? The attributes. Okay. Derf. Okay. So, alertness. I've got a 13.
All right, you look around. All the windows are closed. You can see through a few of them. The shutters aren't closed. You don't see anyone. All the doors are closed. They appear to have to be locked, and you can see a pretty basic security system hooked up to the doors and the windows.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna ask Luca real quick. Luca, hey, do you see anybody, or am I clear to go in?
Looks clear.
Okay.
All right, so he's asking you to help him. So this is the mechanic for it. You're going to do your own thief agility roll. You can. Let me bring up the section real quick.
Thief alertness, you said?
Yep. You can choose one die to use for thief, either a D4 or D6. If you choose a D4, you gain a plot point for your trouble. If the roll succeeds, he places the chosen die in that roll. If it fails, he places the other. So if you want, you can go for a plot point with the risky D4.
I'm
If
gonna
you
go
succeed,
with
you keep the D4.
I'm gonna go with D6. So I have a 4 and an 8. So do I add those two together to give you the total?
Yes.
Okay, so 12.
All right. Yeah, you take your own look. You take a look at some different things. You notice she has a gravel driveway. It looks like last time. It looks like a car left sometime this morning. You can notice by the way the gravel's been spewed away. There's only one car in the house. Just cars. And yeah, you also notice
That car isn't there currently.
right, and it looks like a smaller car, compact sedan maybe.
No, it looks clean.
Okay.
So since that was a success, I can put the D6 into my thief.
Yep.
Okay.
So then I'm going to break in.
Mm-hmm. How do you wish to do so?
So since I don't have a lot of experience breaking in the traditional way, as far as out of game, I mean, I'm just gonna go to the front.
You try to find an entrance that isn't hooked up to the security system. You try to disable the security system.
I figure as a thief, you know, I've kind of had experience working around the security systems, not like hacker level messing with it, but this is pretty basic. You know,
I'm fairly certain I carry a tool to spoof it.
Okay. Let's see. So, yeah, give me an intelligence thief check then.
Okay. 10.
All right. You know this particular model. You know, you can open up the box there on the side of the house, fiddle with a couple things, and you'll be able to disable one of the doors or the windows if you want.
Yeah, I'll disable the front door and just walk right in.
All right.
I'll call for Luca. Luca, come on in.
Okay. I'll pull the car around and get it parked over to the side, and then walk up myself.
Okay, you guys will enter into the parlor. What strikes you is that the house seems unused. It seems sort of like a stock home. She hasn't personalized it very much, even though she's lived here for years. It seems oppressively average. And you'll notice some dust is also caked up in spots.
Hey, hey, Max, are you sure this is her house? I'll pop a look over to the mailbox.
It says Plume.
Like, I'm gonna like open down and make sure there's mail here for her.
Yep. The mail is addressed to Valerie Plume.
Okay.
I'll send you a message back saying all information she ever put out anywhere. This is what it says.
All right. Well, I'll rifle through what little shit there is here. Does she have a personal computer?
Yep, you find that in her room. She has a laptop.
I'll look at Luca and be like, hey, I'm no good with technology, man. You know anything about this stuff?
Yeah, let me take a look at that thing, and he'll slide it open, and he'll start kind of punching in codes to try and bring up some of those profiles that we saw.
Okay. Assign. Give me. I forgot your secondary is
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
hacker. Sorry. Go ahead.
And it's going to be intelligence hacker.
Yep.
Okay. So, oh, wrong one. 16, Jesus.
So yeah, you crushed that. It doesn't seem like there's a lot on this. It's not her work computer. Then you find some of her cleared browser history.
Oh, there's tons of cock porn.
Roosters, yes.
Yes, lots of rooster porn.
There's a plethora of some dominatrix stuff in there.
All right.
She likes being in control.
I'm going to copy the links and send it over to our friend. I'm trying to remember Kyle's character's name.
Steve.
But I'm not going to include like subject line inside there. That way it just feels really awkward for a moment. And then like a secondary email that'll follow and said, we found this on our computer. And then I'll actually properly clear the browser history and clean up before I shut it down.
All right. Anything else, guys?
I'm gonna rifle through her bathroom because she's a woman.
Okay. Give me another thief alertness.
You're going to do what all guys do, find her nail clippers, immediately pocket them, and then lose them 2 minutes later.
12.
You started going through the mirror, and you're walking on the tile floor there, and you feel the floor shift a little bit. Like a tile came a little loose,
Like it's got a false bottom.
possibly. If you go to check, it is a little loose. It's a little bit of the grout has come away, and you can tell it's been freshly applied.
I'll take out a knife, just a pocket knife, and kind of open it up. By the way, while on the job, Ace wears gloves.
Okay. Yeah, you'll lift up a couple tiles, and you'll see a metal surface.
I think I found a safe. So I'm gonna try to reveal it a little better.
It is indeed a safe. You'll pop that. It's about 2 feet by 2 feet by 2 feet. So,
Hey, come help me lift this thing out of the floor so I can open it. Or is it positioned so that it can be opened while it's in the floor?
it is.
Okay, so then I will attempt to crack the safe.
All right. Oh, and I forgot to mention this, but if at any point any of you roll any ones, please let me know.
Okay.
What was your roll?
You haven't told me what the rolls were.
Oh, sorry. It's going to be thief intelligence.
Oh, intelligence. 17.
Yeah, you pop that right open.
I find piles of her cock porn.
Nope. It appears to be empty, but you notice with a deft eye that the secret safe in her secret compartment on the floor has a secret false bottom.
Fucking Jesus. This woman is crazy, crazy. I'll pop that with my knife, too.
You find a nice little slip of paper.
What is in it? What does it say?
A 10-digit number.
I'll take my cell phone out, click, send that to Max.
Max is just trying to eat, and you're just bothering him. Okay. I'm gonna start. I see a 10-digit number. I'm gonna do what I do best. I'm gonna figure out where it belongs to.
Yep. You open up your phone before you even notice who sent you the message. Yep. Someone just sent you a Cayman Islands number for some reason.
I already knew what it was.
Yeah.
Like, hold on.
You just know what it looks like instantaneously.
Like, well, I've worked with them before.
Yeah.
What is she doing with a No, I'll just reply. What is she like? Why'd you send me a Cayman Islands account number?
I'll tell you, this came off the woman. Find out. Can you hack her account there and see what's been going down with that, please?
Yeah.
All right. Give me hacker intelligence.
That's 20. I rolled 2 10s. What do you want? And I rolled it back. I don't know.
He does it while getting his dick sucked. He's like,
Okay. Not only do you immediately get straight into the account, there is $1 million there, and you can even tell it was deposited 2 weeks ago.
$1 million. Can I tell? Figure out from where it was the money was deposited from.
Okay, that will be another roll, and I would suggest one thing since Cayman Islands numbers are kind of impossible to backtrack. Kinda.
Yeah,
This is a little cocky.
Yeah, I know.
So, if you want to, feel free to throw in that D4.
I'm gonna throw my D4. I'm a damn cocky bastard. Where's my D4? There's a D4. I'm gonna go with that one. That is 14, and well, 14 plus a D4. That's 16.
The D4 was a 2.
Yeah.
You cannot find where the money came from.
Damn. All right. I will I'll send a message back to you saying I don't know what she was up to, but she definitely earned herself a lot of money right there. Recently, she's just deposited about $1 million.
But keep your back door into that so we can, pay back the owner what he needs to have.
You'll, as you're talking to him, you'll flip over the paper, and on the back side of the paper, it says special delivery.
Test. Okay, this is not
You're
working.
working.
We can hear you.
You can hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
I have no fucking clue what is going on with this damn thing. It's fucking something to do with this built-in mic. I've got to get another mic for this computer.
Mm.
I only have a problem with this one computer. My other computer, I'm fine.
Gesundheit, I'm both.
Jesus.
So after that, I'll send that special delivery thing, and I will then kind of relay what I'm seeing to the other people and the team, and I will check her panty drawer because I kind of feel like, oh no, sorry, I have to leave a card in the false bottom safe.
Leaving her panty drawer
Put
is
it
much
in
more
the
convenient.
bottom.
It's more creepy if you leave it in the fucking.
And it's going to say,
panty drawer.
I didn't realize you were into so much BDSM. And then in there,
Call me next time. Call me.
and it says, you were just robbed by Ace and friends.
You already
Friends is
adjusted it?
written in Sharpie on there.
Yes.
Sharpie, no. Sharpie that was found in her home.
Yes.
Hmm.
P.S.
do
You
it-
need a better
you guys
beer
just-
selection if you
That's all
want
you
to
get
get a
from
man.
You guys don't do it right. You get blood red paint and you paint it in blood red paint just to freak her the fuck out.
It says then you need to get better beer selection if you want to get a man.
Ooh, dirty bastard. Craft beer. That's how you get men.
Mm.
And then I will bounce out. We will leave.
All right.
All right, what's next?
Well, that clearly
Oh,
indicates.
hold on. I'm sorry. One more
Oh.
thing. As we're leaving, I'm going to open up the fridge.
Just leave it open.
Turn the motor up.
Chinese takeout.
Just Chinese takeout.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking bitch. Open up some of the cabinets. I'm looking. Does she eat a lot of health food junk, or does she eat like a lot of junk food junk?
Takeout.
You see a few health food things that are kind of dusty.
So New Year's resolution health food. Got it.
Yes.
Call her a fat
There's
bitch.
some
Yeah,
Atkins
Luca's gonna be
products.
that guy. There's a protein bar in there. I'm picking it up on the way out. Like tears it open and just starts eating it inside the kitchen on the way
As
out.
he does that, I go, well, I guess we're doing this, and then I'm gonna take the leftover chicken fingers, and I'm just leave with the leftover chicken fingers.
Like the TGI Friday styrofoam
Okay,
box.
at the end of this, I got to tell you what my group did last time I ran this game because you'll laugh your ass off at how they messed with the mark.
All right. So what that tells us is that there's a third party, one paying her off to claim that there are clients committing insurance fraud. Now, who would have a grudge against them?
You backtrack the money, follow the money.
Well, we tried. It was in a Cayman Islands account, and that shit's basically impossible to backtrack. So now we gotta do the old-fashioned way. Incidentally, I'm going in to investigate the old man, and now I'm gonna see if he has any kind of like enemies or anyone he's stiffed in the past.
Good to me. While I flirt. By the way, I'm taking Alexander with me when I go flirt with this chick.
Ah, Bucker.
Keep all the old guys together.
I'm
Okay.
27.
I'm ancient
No,
compared to the
no,
rest of
your
this
picture
group.
is old. You are now old. Deal with it.
No,
Alexander's
he's
bit
just
with,
prematurely old.
With Jefferson is going to come first. Do you take anyone with you?
No.
So you look at Maxim, he just gives you that nod.
Oh.
Maxim would never go on anything.
Yeah, it's like, no, this is just some basic intelligence gathering. I could probably do this on my own.
Okay. Tell me what you do.
Alright. I mean, I guess step one, I'll go to the museum. What kind of museum is it? Like, just art history? Like, from particular nations, or just in general, or...
It's a very small museum.
It's the NBA museum.
Yeah, it's a small, privately owned museum. Are you just looking from outside, or do you pay some admission and go in?
I pay admission and go in.
Okay.
He competes with the MFA.
There's a lot of history to the museum. It was founded by this gentleman's wife about 40 years ago. There's a lot of pictures of that all over the place. There's a lot of history with each item, describing just how much effort went into finding these items, where they came from, not just history of what they are, but the history of the recovery of them. Like, there's a lot of love and care that's been put into this place.
Interesting. What was the item stolen? What was its value?
You will go to the spot. It has been left empty. And the card on it says, Lita and the Swan. If you want to roll an intelligence check, maybe Mastermind.
Alright.
Or maybe your character has some knowledge of mythology, I don't know.
He spent a lot of time in academia, but mostly it was for technical skills, so probably not.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. That's a 14.
Okay, yeah. Do you yourself know anything about Lita and the Swan? It's
No.
ancient Greek myth. You know how Zeus came down and
Yeah.
finagled all the mortal women. In this case, he came to her as a swan.
Because the Greeks were into weird shit.
Yeah,
Nothing
it
like
is
good
a
old
sculpture
bestiality.
of a woman and a swan fornicating.
Mm.
Like I said, nothing like some good old bestiality.
You look it up online, do some comparisons based on what era it came from, all that kind of stuff, and its value is $5 million, like the gentleman said.
Interesting. $5 million. And there's no. Is there. Okay, there's probably one place to ask this. I guess I would then ask around the staff to talk about the event, and particularly talk about the owners themselves to see what I can find, what kind of information I can get for them. Like, did they have any enemies? What is the relationship between husband and wife?
Okay. How about some grifter intelligence, and you can assign that grifter die if you want. You can choose D4 to get a plot point, and if you exceed, you keep the D4 in grifter, or you can go for D6.
I'll use the D4 for plot point. I got a 10, 3 on the 4 die.
Camera's on.
Okay, you succeed. You get a plot point. And the staff has a very favorable opinion of
Did you see the one that I sent
of
you?
the old couple. Margaret, the wife, has been sick recently, so she hasn't been to the museum. And yeah, everyone has loved working there. There's a lot of people with good professional history in the different fields. A lot of college students fresh out of college who have gotten their first job here, where they couldn't get history jobs anywhere else, and a lot of them can't believe that this kind of thing would have happened.
Hmm.
They can't believe that a couple of kind elderly people would have done this, as much
And
as
then-
they love the museum.
And they never stepped on anyone's toes or anything like that.
Let's see. One of them will tell you that someone was in the museum maybe a month ago and had a somewhat heated discussion with Jefferson in his office.
Description?
About 6 feet tall, 30s, black hair, Caucasian. Suit.
Okay. I assume this place has security cameras?
Yep, and also very heated discussion with one Valerie Plume a couple weeks ago in his office.
No, that's to be expected. Okay. I will walk out and contact the team. Okay, Maxim, I need you to ID a possible perp for me. Showed up at the museum about 2 weeks ago. I'm going to need you to hack into their footage and see what you can find. I'll give him the description you gave me, see if you can ID him. So, maybe that. Aside from that, I think we need to look into the wife. Gut's telling me this may actually be an inside job, not from the man. Wife hasn't been seen for the past few weeks or so. Been sick. A possible cover story. Worth of the item is about $5 million. $1 million goes into the insurance lady's account. Nice little split of profits right there. So, all right, detour. Next stop for the thief needs to hit up the Jefferson's place.
Okay.
Okay, you'll get a message from Tom. The address is in Framingham, so a bit further down the road for you.
That should probably be a tomorrow things while they're away.
We don't have that long. Job ends at like 6 a.m.
I'll probably need to go a little later then when they're not, awake in their rooms. Unless you want me to be a power guy. Can we arrange a power outage in the area that I need to look in their home for?
Yep.
You don't have to go. Why are you going to be so elaborate, man? You could just fake and say you're a fucking inspector for radiation for what the hell is that stuff called? Their house is old enough.
Radon?
Yeah, radon. Thank you, Jesus. Couldn't think of the word.
Because, do we know if radon is, kind of fairly specific? Do we know for a fact that their house has radon?
Do they?
Do they is a better question. They're older, and that's a fear that's been played on since the 70s, man.
An arranged blackout should be easy, but it's up to you, the mastermind, whatever one he wants me to go with. Either way, from the narrator, I need a moment because I'm doing something on the side with stuff.
Okay.
In the meantime, why doesn't Maximum try to make some rolls to see if he can ID the mystery man?
All right. So I'm gonna look up security footage for the museum.
You would need to actually be at the museum.
I can't reach it from remote location.
It's
wanna make
internal.
sure. That's fine. All right, so
Basic security camera 101. You don't connect it to the internet.
yeah, but not everybody's that smart.
A lot of them actually you do.
Mm-hmm. There is a lot of things nowadays that do that.
Well, they're more. In that case, you realize they're more old-fashioned than that.
So I got this. So I will tell you. I need to go. I need to go to the museum to myself to get into the video.
All right.
Just so you know, I am.
Okay. Do it.
So I do. How would I say it? Because I'm trying to think of the best way to get in. So yeah, I'm gonna go to the museum.
I mean, the museum is open.
Yeah,
If,
I meant like to where the
I'm gonna say this is pretty simple stuff for you. You know in a type of building where to look for the security office, and you find it pretty easily. So there's a door over by the front counter.
Anybody watching that door? Can I slip in when nobody's looking?
There's a girl at the counter.
How old is she?
Early 20s.
All right. I'm going to walk up to her then. And I'm gonna play the part of a Russian who actually can't speak English. Well, or very little English. But I'm trying to smooth talk her at the same time. Hello. Hello. I'm how you say tourist looking around.
She greets you very emphatically, like a museum front desk girl should.
Yep.
Are you trying? What impression are you trying to make on her? Are you trying to be flirty with her?
I'm trying to be friendly.
Friendly. Okay.
Pure
Give
friendly.
me grifter willpower
All right. That's.
or grifter agility, whichever one you want.
Will it change how the roll outcomes?
I mean, willpower is going to be more trying to have a friendly presence, more the personality you're putting forward. Agility is going to be more through your speech, saying the right things.
I'm gonna go for agility.
Okay.
That's 11.
Yeah. She takes up with you. You start talking about some things like her job and whatever. Where are you going with it?
I'm trying to distract her essentially. Keep her, not think anything suspicious because I know he knows how well he looks because he doesn't change his look for nobody.
Mm-hmm.
So he talks to people. During the middle of the conversation, he asks her, he just outright asks if she could show him around the museum, she specifically, because he does not know where to go.
Yeah, no problem. Is he going to try to slip away at some
Yes.
point, or how's he? Okay.
First chance he can get, he will slip away. He doesn't waste time.
No problem. You point at a piece of art and ask her a question, and her, being an art history major, starts droning on and on about the painting, and you completely escape her notice and get to the security door.
All right. So when I get into the security office, is there anybody? Well, yeah. Is there anybody there?
Nope. And you see a bunch of tube TVs and some VCRs.
I would literally just start cursing in Russian, just saying essentially stupid Americans never updating their technology.
You're still going to plow through it pretty quickly. It's just more time consuming. Do you want to go through the effort of going through the tapes and having to fast forward and rewind cassette with the time you have?
I will, yeah, I'll try to look around the time I have.
Okay, give me grifter alertness. No, not grifter, I mean hacker alertness.
About to say. That's 10.
Okay. Yeah, you find the moment in question. You see the guy. Description matches.
Okay.
Looks maybe Hispanic. You can't really tell. The quality isn't that high. And you have no way to upload it.
Picture of it with your phone.
You want to play the hacker? Because you can do this if you want. I could always just, Yeah, that's right. keep calm. Yes, I was gonna take a picture with my phone.
Okay. We will cut
The
back.
problem for the audience, real quick, is that Jeremy doesn't like to admit when other people were right about the thing that he was going to do.
The thing is, he's calling out the exact. Yeah, what do you want me to do? I was going to do that. He called it first. I was trying to say it.
Sorry, dick move.
Damn right it was.
Okay. So you'll get that picture. You'll bring it back out to Tom, I imagine. You see it. There's a dude in a suit coming out of Jefferson's office.
Neat. How do we find out who this guy is?
All right. Switching back over. What's next on the itinerary in the plan here?
About the only thing left, it sounds like, was to hit the speed dating stuff, but...
Not quite. Well, depending on what time of the day it is, I also suggested that we hit the Fulton's place, and then we got hung up on how exactly we should do it, calling a radon thread or.
The Fulton's is going to be super easy. Same deal as last time with no security. So the house is a plethora of old antiques strewn all over the place.
Is there somebody home?
No one is home. You will see some hospital pamphlets in their bedroom, and it looks like the bed has only had one person sleeping in it.
Okay. I'll.
For reference, guys, and for the viewers out there, I apologize ahead of time if you start hearing a very loud sound that sounds like a fucking chainsaw going.
Is it a chainsaw?
Right now?
No, the dog gets fucking loud. He makes a ton of noise when he sleeps.
Uh-oh. Sounds like my wife. So, yeah, I will, I'll look around and have the hacker or the Luca do his thing there. With the PC, I'll look around, make sure none of the crazy stuff, no safes or anything in the walls or behind paintings because artists are retarded.
Nope, you don't find anything.
And because
their home computer is Windows 98.
Yeah.
And
They could sell that thing in its own right as a fucking antique.
I got an 8.
it looks relatively unused.
I got an 8.
There's mostly some old business stuff and cat videos.
So,
And so many viruses thanks to those cat videos.
Okay, this thing is a jungle of viruses.
So where's the wife? That's all the thief is going to say. That's all he says. So where's the wife?
Hospitals. They had hospital things.
Yes, the thief is aware because he's there. He's asking the mastermind.
That's an excellent question. Where is she located? Now I'm directing the question towards the hacker.
I have pamphlets, and I'll send quick photos of the pamphlets that I've got.
Does it give hospital and/or treatments?
They are for cancer clinics.
Likely place to hide out for an old person.
Interesting. What is their insurance situation? Medical insurance.
They're probably private payers. They own the business.
The cancer facilities, are they like St. Craps for you don't have to pay much, or are they like Good Son Church funded, it's like $1 million a month kind of hospitals?
Or are they located in Central America, Eastern Ukraine, doing experimental treatments? What kind of are they?
Yeah.
There are a few of those. There's also one for right here in Boston. It's quite expensive though.
How convenient.
Any of them have pin marks or anything like that?
Yeah, you guys are going to be able to look through pretty easily and see that she is staying there as a cancer patient.
The grifter might want to go make contact and say hello. As an investigator.
I can certainly do this, as long as I'm well aware of what's going on.
Well, tell her we're still working with the insurance company, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, and I can always, if the hacker can forge me an ID from the insurance company, an investigator's license.
Yeah.
And that
No
what
problem.
I can do is I can spend a plot point to create a D6 asset, and then I can use it and upgrade it to a D8 when I go to talk to her.
All right.
Yeah, that's not a problem at all.
Something I've been kind of avoiding it. I haven't been mentioning at this point, but you guys haven't really had a chance to use your talents. If you want to think of ways where you want to exemplify those, feel free to try to make a showing of them with whatever you want to incorporate into the plan.
Yeah, I was going
Like
to
the talents we currently have, or talents we want?
Both. Either.
All right.
Same goes with specialties and so forth. Like Chris is a driver, feel free to come up with a situation in the game where driving might be necessary. Like this doesn't have to be totally narrative on my end.
Mm-hmm.
Like you guys can come up with some scene ideas. It's collaborative.
I have a couple of pretty good ideas how I want this scene to go. So
I'm realizing that I let the recon part of it stretch on a little bit. Should probably be getting. So, what was next on the menu?
I was gonna go lie to the old lady.
Um,
And I'm going to.
Fulton. You do notice Fulton is in the room before you go in there. No, Jefferson. Fulton is in there.
That's okay. I'm going to bring somebody with me, and when I see him in the room, I'm going to quietly suggest that they have somebody page him to the front desk.
Who are you bringing?
At this point, I'm thinking it might be a good idea to bring the mastermind with me here, too.
All right.
Get Alexander with me as well. Get off my head.
So I'll stop off at the front desk. I'll give you like a minute, and then I'll page Mr. Fulton down.
Okay.
And then I'm going to kind of hide out of his line of sight because he probably won't be paying close attention while he's leaving the room I'm taking.
Okay. You'll have a clear path into the room, and you will see Margaret Fulton.
Okay. I'm going to walk in. I'm going to flash my fake badge, which I'm taking as a pretty good badge because I spent a plot point on it. And I'm going to tell her that my name is Robert Heinmaker, and I work with the insurance company, and I just have a few follow-up questions for her.
Okay. Roll a grifter intelligence.
What is my intelligence? I think it's a D8 too, and I get an extra D8 because I'm using an
Just got to
asset.
represent your conversation with her to see if you have the right sort of information to pretend to be an insurance investigator. And she has pretty good experience with it.
That's on me. A 12.
Okay. Oh, you must be new with the company. I thought you people were all done with us.
We just have
What more do you wish to lead?
just have a few last questions for you, if you don't mind. And I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna pry and see if she can tell me. I'm gonna tell her that we have some questions about the whereabouts of one of her employees during the theft.
She complies. She looks confused, and she gives you an honest account.
And so now I'm going to try to gauge her reaction. So this is actually going to be a notice action. I'm going to try to know if she's lying, which should be grifter plus awareness.
Mm-hmm.
Should be a D10 plus a D8. Yay me. Eventually somebody's going to have to roll a 1, and you're going to have to give us either an opportunity or we're going to get a complication.
And all right.
I'll take a 16, however.
Okay. Yeah, she seems honest, although she doesn't have too much information since she's been in the hospital.
It's not just to see if she's lying. It's also to notice what her reaction is. Like how does she know that this employee wasn't where she claimed or know where this employee was if she wasn't there during the theft and yada yada yada.
You realize that she's very familiar with all of her employees. She's not really speaking from knowledge. She's speaking from knowledge of the exact events. She's speaking from people's habits.
Okay, so then, let's see.
You're starting to tell she's a little bit out of it because of medications.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
She seems to be a person with a very sharp wit and a sharp mind, although has definitely faltered.
Okay. Does she look like she has this? Does she look like or seem like she has the strength or the mental capacity to arrange something like this?
She does not.
That's the other part of that notice action.
Although you will also, with the notice, you will also realize that when the subject comes over of her husband, she seems concerned, like she's not entirely sure about things and she's worried about him.
Okay. Well, I'm going to thank her for her time, and I'm going to kind of exit the room, but I'm also going to take a roundabout way back to the front desk so he has time to get back.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, and when I get back to Alexander, I'm going to tell him I think it was the husband. I think that he needed the money to get her into a facility, and that he's the one who organized this whole thing.
Possible. Still don't have anything conclusive though.
What was the payout on the art?
$5 million.
$5 million. That's a lot of money. It pays for a lot of treatment.
Husband who would do anything for his wife.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't find anything to give us the idea of the Caymans, but I may want to break into the museum after hours. I can come in through the ducts and use my gear to aerialize.
But the question none of us have asked yet is, do they have security footage of the night the robbery happened?
Now, would I be able to know that from looking through some security footage?
Yeah, and you do find security footage for that night, and nothing happens in it. It has obviously been spoofed.
Fake security footage for the night.
I tell you, whoever stole it knew to spoof that there was a camera exactly where it was at and everything else. So that has to be an inside job.
Well, it's a museum.
It doesn't matter. Not all museums have great security.
No, but you should be prepared to spoof video.
Still, there was a very public and loud argument between him and our Mark about a week ago. Over what was not specified.
I'm going to suggest a mastermind meet up with the rest of the group before we do anything tonight. We need to start planning how we're going to pull this off to get them both to cough it up.
Agreed.
Not only that, but we should maybe look into the woman's work place, see if there's anything there, what her findings were, because, we never did that.
Yeah. We got
That's
sidetracked.
all stuff we can do. We can plot that as we get back together, too. The best course of action.
Right.
Because breaking into her office while there are people there is probably a bad idea.
Okay, so I'm going to say it's approaching late afternoon at this point, and it's going to soon be time in the evening to for the speed dating.
Okay.
And the offices close at 5 p.m.
That's good with me. And I know I was going to bring Alexander to the speed dating because we can. The chick that's after younger women can chase him. The one that's after older men can chase me. We can divide and conquer.
All right. You will go to the Hanover Lounge in the evening time. And tell me, how do you guys prepare for this? Any personas you're going with? What's up? How do you want to walk in?
I'm gonna stick with the insurance investigator story because an insurance investigator's license is a generic license. You can work for anyone. I just have to change my story on who I'm working for.
Okay.
All right. I guess I'll adopt persona of the CEO of a new tech startup.
Oh.
Okay. You'll be seated at the tables, and you immediately see the mark. You see Valerie and her friend. Valerie looks like she's just come back from work. She's in her business suit. And she looks very reluctant to be there, and her friend is trying to spur her on and get going.
I feel like Luca's gonna foil up this plan a little bit. He originally was supposed to stay outside with the car. Eventually, he's gonna get bored and wander into the speed dating.
I feel like he's gonna be the. Oh my god.
Right.
We're gonna have a complication because of him.
Okay, so it's gonna start off.
So, for the record, the thief was going to join as well because he can't resist women. Which, by the way, I want to take as, is that a specialty or whatever it is?
That'd be a
Distinction?
distinction.
A distinction. He's kind of a poon hound.
That's fine.
Ladies' man, yeah.
So I imagine there's this cutscene with Luca and Ace in the car, like sitting there for a while, and then Luca just kind of leans over and goes, "So how long before we just walk in?"
I was going to give it 4 minutes.
Okay,
so
so
we
you
sit
can
quietly for 4 minutes, and then like look at the watch. All right, time.
No. Like, literally, Ace is sitting there, he goes about 4 minutes, looks at the clock, goes, it's been about 4 minutes, and then gets out of the car.
Okay, so you guys get settled down, and the timer's about to start, and then Ace and Luca plop down at the table. And go.
Well, the
First one.
Go ahead.
Yep.
Shoot.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me what happens. You are
When
the
Valerie
scene.
sits across from me, I want to go ahead and I want to reach across and shake her hand. But when I shake her hand, I want to plant a tracer on her. Like a small
Okay, that's
tracer.
gonna be
That's gonna be a thief for sure.
yeah, that's gonna be thief agility.
What's my agility? I think my agility is D8. Thanks. Let's see what happens here.
Fail. Fail.
7.
Fail.
Wait, hold on. I would like to suggest a talent. Do you have that thing I gave you? So, like, I would have given him a tracer in the past, and the effect of this is that I spend a plot point, and then he gets an extra die.
I get a
You got a
D6
flashback for
asset. Well, that gives me an 8.
Yeah.
Tom, you got a flashback?
Sure. I mean, if I flashback is
Welcome
like
to career is a cool example of your gadgeteering. You have that thing I gave you.
Alright. This is back in my days back in MIT when I was whipping something up in the electrical engineering lab. Back when I was first tracking down the source of the embezzlement of funds, I decided to plant trackers and bugs everywhere, and I whipped those up homemade inside the labs.
Awesome.
Alright. So you get an extra D10 because of that.
Nice.
12. Got a total of 12.
All right. Yep, you managed to slip it on her, and actually, it looks like she mistakenly took your the way you touched her and planted it on as a very romantic move, let's say.
And that's fine with me. Kind of rubbed her arm a little bit too much.
Mm-hmm.
Go with
She seems intrigued with you.
that. Nice.
That's going to be a D6 asset
Pour on the sleeves.
because she rolled a 1.
Ooh, actually, that's a opportunity. We get to choose when we use opportunities, but
Okay, I thought it's you get to choose if you take an asset with it.
I can take an asset, or I can choose to turn it into an opportunity and use it at our convenience. Anyone in the group can use it as an opportunity.
Okay, there you
And
go.
I'm going to use it as an opportunity because opportunities are a hell of a lot more useful.
Okay, so you get the opportunity good first impression.
Yes, I do. Which it starts at D6, and if you roll another one, we can upgrade that die.
Okay. So describe to me what your conversation with her is like, and make a. Since you are impersonating a insurance investigator, which she also is, that's going to be a intelligence grifter to start.
Intelligence grifter. Intelligence and grifter.
And I think your ability has something to do with that too.
Yeah, actually, no, I don't have that asset anymore. That asset only lasts for a scene.
Oh, okay.
Unless you make it a signature asset, which you have to purchase with experience, you can't keep an
I
asset
mean your
longer than
talent.
one thing. Yeah, it's
Your
the same
talent.
thing with talent. The
Okay.
talent, I have to have the
Oh,
assets for the talent to
okay.
work. Yeah, I just rolled a 12. So,
Okay.
dual 6s. Okay, that.
She furrows her eyebrows a little bit. She seems. She starts asking about where you work out of, and she's surprised she hasn't met you before. Small talk about the business, but she seems to believe you.
I tell her the truth. What I perceive to be the truth, and I lying through my teeth at the same time. Tell her that I work for a large firm out of New York, and that I'm in Boston on business, and that I'm hoping to. While I'm here, I was hoping to meet somebody because all the girls in New York are just too snobby for me.
She gives a very loud, singular note laugh at that. Ha! You realize that's probably how she always laughs.
Which means I might have to kill her for this alone. But
Like
maybe
half the
mother
room
her
stops
with pillow
talking and
soon.
just looks back at her.
What would the role be for me to slap the shit out of her?
You get a deep pulp.
She's got the drunk girl at a party annoying laugh.
Enough. You have to be the submissive one. That's what she likes.
Oh, she likes both sides of the coin. She likes a man to be strong and assertive in appearance.
Mm.
Then a total bitch in action. Okay, I see how this works. Okay, guys. So we know what we're looking at. No,
I
seriously.
want you to be an Oreo, hard on the outside, soft on the inside.
Do you try to slip anything else in besides the small talk before time goes off?
No, I want to kind of keep her relaxed, but I want to see where she goes at the end of the night. I also, at some point, I'm going to purposely knock a drink over on the table. And while I do that, I'm going to, under the table, I'm going to text the thief, and I'm going to have him pick her phone.
All right.
Which should give him a temporary asset, because I'm creating a diversion.
Yep. So
If you so choose, it's still your game.
Okay. So next shift is going to bring Alexander to the friend and Ace to Valerie. Let's start with Alexander.
What am I going to be picking her pocket, just for the record?
You're going to be stealing her phone, so we can duplicate her phone.
Yeah, when am I supposed to do that? What's the activation?
The shenanigans with a drink, I think.
I spill a drink on the table, so she's distracted trying to clean herself off while you reach into her purse.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, do you do that during the shift?
Yeah, that's right before the shift. Literally, I'm waiting, I'm timing in my head and waiting for about 5 seconds before the shift, and just right over on her.
Okay, that's going to be agility thief on your part.
Wow. Yeah. This is why I went versatile right here.
So,
on
his part or my part?
Complication on this. I rolled a 6 and a 1.
Both of you are going to have to roll it.
Okay.
I create 5 and a 1, so I have a complication here.
Okay.
And I have a 19.
Okay, so he's going to get the phone. It's whether or not how this complication is going to work out.
Okay. Nothing seems to go wrong. She's just gonna glare at you a little bit and tie yourself up and move to the next seat silently.
Oops.
Okay. How did your conversation with the friend go, Alexander?
By the way, hold on. I'm sorry. When she bumps in, because I can't resist, I'm going to say, I cannot wait to see you in the few short seats.
Surprised you just blurted out nice ass.
Is that? Does you say that to me in character?
Yes, actually I will.
He'll say, "Hey, at least I didn't spill a drink on a beautiful woman."
Also, with that amazing roll of 19, you're going to get both of her cell phones. She's got a flip phone, too, that you notice in her purse, tucked away.
Old school, yo.
Hey,
I'm
guys,
gonna be like,
I'm gonna go grab something to drink.
Where's the hacker?
Hey, Brendan, do you need me for a second? Because I'm gonna be about 2 or 3 minutes.
That's okay. We'll go around the table a little bit with
Okay,
this.
that's fine. Just make sure I'm not gonna be missed.
All right. I want to send these phones over to Luca because I know he can hack.
I want to do something though while the conversation with Maxim is going on. Like every girl that I'm talking to, like I'm actually not talking to them. I'm just kind of like looking around the room, talking about my exercise regimen, flexing. Like it's more or less just me bullshitting so that I can observe. What I'd like to do is a grifter alertness to try and spot her for her own grifting and stuff like that. See if she's like
Okay.
scamming on people. And I'm going to say that this one is going to be a D6 because I haven't assigned that one yet. 7.
You assigned your D6 to Thief.
He has another D6, or depending
Well,
on his
you
bonus.
choose D6, D4 every time you go to roll one that hasn't had anything assigned yet.
She seems to be strongly evaluating each person she's talking to, and she changes her demeanor a little bit every time, depending on who she's talking to. She seems to be very fluid.
Okay. And then when Ace comes over and he's like, "Hey, bro, you dropped your phone," he goes, "Oh, thanks," and then immediately opens it up and starts doing it right in front of the chick. And he continues to talk about how he's getting ready for a marathon. He's like, "Yeah, so I train like 5 hours a day."
Yeah, she is so uninterested in you that she doesn't even look at you while you're doing it.
You're hacking her phone right in front of her? That is
No.
hilarious.
No, not the
No,
girl
no.
that we're doing it to.
Can I
Oh,
I
the
want
one
a plot point
what
to
you're
spend
saying
it
was?
to
Yeah,
do
okay.
that.
Okay. I misunderstood that too.
Sure, yeah. If she's not gonna pay attention to it, yeah, sure, why not? I've got like the smartphone out. I'm just like, yeah. So, you know, I bench press 380, but whatever.
All right. She has a text on that phone with an address sent yesterday.
Okay, I'm gonna forward it to myself and then delete it and make it look like it's a new message again. That's gonna be what, int hacker?
He did
Or is
not
it
say it was
something
an
that I should be
unread
able to
message.
just
He
do?
said, is it a new message or an unread message?
It's red.
Okay. So then you don't have to do anything.
Oh, then I don't have to make it look new. That should be easy
Yeah.
enough that I don't even need to
Really
roll
simple.
on, just to forward it and then delete the message to myself.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like when I leave the table, I'm just gonna place the phone back down on the table as I leave, and just move on to the next one.
Okay.
The flip phone, however, I'm gonna hang on to that one. I'll deal with that one in a minute.
You're just
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
leave her phone on on the table in front of her?
Yeah, like I set it down face down and then move to the next table and just not pay attention.
The flip phone was the one with the text message on it, by the way.
Okay, well
I
the
thought- I didn't
smartphone is
realize
the
you-
one that I'd use in front of her because that one's going to be more like her personal phone. The flip phone, that's not current tech. There's something going on with that one, so that's the one I want to hang on to for a minute so I can get a real good look at it.
Okay.
Like when I set it down on the table though, instead of having it like be face down as if I turned it over I could read it, I flip it over so that if it was turned over it looks like she could read it. That way, ideally, I'm trying to scam her into basically thinking that she left it on the table.
Okay. Cool.
Which I believe is a grifter move.
Yeah.
Okay. Grifter willpower. It's a mental con.
Have you assigned Grifter yet?
I have not.
You did fail the last roll, so you can make that D6 or D4 if you want.
By the way, Brendan, you realize that once you assign 2 D6s, you cannot choose your last roll. It has to be a D4.
Right.
Okay. So my
Make
master
sure you knew that.
D4.
He's only assigned 1 D6 so far.
I know.
I'm
we're-
assigning the second D6 as we speak.
Okay.
I know. I was saying because once you assign that D6, it means that your last roll has to be a D4, Chris.
Yeah, my mastermind's going to be a D4 then.
Yeah, that's what I hope as well. My mastermind's a D4.
Okay.
Really? Get up out of my chair. Yeah.
A 10 to do the mental con to make her think that she left her own phone on the table.
She'll do a double take and she'll notice the phone, yeah. And she'll hurry back, grab it, and put it back in her purse.
When I get over to a friend, I'm gonna like drop the act that I've done for the rest of the room, and I'm gonna put down the phone and stuff, and I'm gonna just like immediately lock in on her. She's the only one I've paid attention to since being in here. And I've been like, I've been gregarious the whole time too, like real loud, flexing, doing all this stuff. I dropped the whole act.
All right. Give me Grifter willpower.
Okay. 11.
Oh yeah, she buys into it.
I gotta make sure we get covered one way or another.
Okay, so yeah, and now Ace is sitting down with Valerie.
Hey, beautiful. How are you?
Like halfway through the thing, I'm gonna be like, Ace, this is a lucky day. Look at these beautiful women we met with. You were so right. We should have definitely came out tonight.
By the way, Chris, there's a talent for exactly what we pulled off. That's Johnny or Jenny on the spot, and I want both of us to have it because I think it's hilarious that our characters are retarded enough to like get stuck together to do this shit all the time.
Where does it come from?
It's the core book. It essentially
It's one of the general talents.
essentially what it says is these characters don't belong in the scene. They shouldn't have been there, but they show up anyway.
They can show up to help out of the blue if it's needed, yeah. Or not so needed, I guess.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. I want that.
Tom, do you work tomorrow?
No.
Okay. So, yeah, I'll when I sit down with her, I'm going to like tell her the tall tales. Essentially, I want to like lie to her and use my knowledge, however, of the things that I've seen at her house, knowing her internet browser history, and be like, I'm gonna lean right in and be like, you know, you're like, would you be into like domination and stuff? Like, I'm really cute and stuff in the street. You know, I got a really steady job. You know, I take care of my mama. She's a good woman. You know, I bought my house a little while ago. You know, I've been at my job for a lot of years, but really, I'm just looking for a woman that wants to just take care of me in the bedroom. You know, someone that wants to, you know, basically, I'm this high-powered guy, but you know, I want to be dominated in the bedroom.
Over the comm, I'm gonna say, why don't you just go ahead and pull out the writing prop and get it over with?
Would you like me
Okay.
to?
So that's going to be Grifter strength because you're being very forward, and I'm going to suggest you throw in that D4, ladies man.
All right.
Because you
So
just
this is-
couldn't resist coming on to this one, even
No,
though it
yeah.
wasn't your job.
Okay, 6. 13, but the D4 is a 2.
Okay.
And I will wish to assign, if I succeeded, wish to assign a D6 to my grifter.
What's up?
If I succeeded, I hope to be assigning a D6 to my grifter.
Okay. You do succeed.
Yes.
She looks very affronted at first and looks around, sees no one's paying attention, and she starts to come on to you slowly at first. Like, she's not used to someone being this forward in this type of setting.
Now I have this image of Alexander being like in one of those 80s Hawaiian shirts, you know? Which is like it's half unbuttoned with all of his chest hair like puffing out like a fucking Greek dude.
Who is this?
I think
Alexander.
you mean Ace, because
Whoever's flirting right now.
that's Ace.
So,
Okay,
are you
yes,
taking
I am.
Johnny on the spot?
Yeah, I want to take Johnny on the spot, yeah.
Okay, do you want a flashback for that?
Yeah, earlier tonight. Showing up here. No flashback needed.
Like, I just imagine this like in the actual episode. It's like, do you know what you're doing? Yeah, I know what I'm doing all the time. Remember that last time we did this? And it just flashes back to 5 minutes earlier in the episode.
Exactly. I've only done that like once or twice in the whole series.
Okay, it's going to come back around to Steven again. You're sitting with Valerie again. She looks very contemplative.
Contemplative? Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to ask her, like, in a real sweet, seductive, sexy voice, what she's thinking about.
Strange proposition.
Strength proposition. Something tells me that's not a real skill. What would that actually be?
What sort of direction do you attempt to take the conversation?
I'm going to act like I'm genuinely concerned for her, so I'm going to try to lead her into making a mistake.
Okay. Roll grifter intelligence.
2d10s.
Oh, no, grifter alertness.
Oh, fine. D10, 2d10s it is. My d10 was not an intelligence, it was an alertness. 18.
All right. Yeah, she eats it up.
And I got to make sure I throw in a couple of those really creepy smiles too.
Mm-hmm. What are you trying to convince her of again?
I want her to make a mistake and say something about money. I'm trying to lead her into admitting that she got an illegal transfer of money without knowing she's doing it.
Okay. Yeah, you start talking about money. You get the idea that she's...
Hang on, better yet.
She's not very worried about money at all.
Well, I've got a better suggestion. As I lead her down this road, I'm going to suggest to her that I know a guy that can clean money, and she would never have to worry about anyone finding out about anything again.
Okay, that's going to be agility, Grifter.
Oh God. A 9. Could just cough up and make a mistake here.
Were you leading into this at all? With
Yeah. I mean, I'm totally into it. As she talks about, like, kind of gives me hints that she doesn't have any problems with money. I kind of lead her into admitting that she has money offshore, which what the goal was for her to admit she had a Cayman Islands account that we know she has. And then once she admits she has a Cayman Islands account, I'm going to suggest that I have somebody that can clean the money in that account, and she won't have to keep it offshore.
Okay, so let me make that roll. She's not out with it, but you can easily read her that she says she's not concerned about money, and you managed to read very clearly that she has money away, but she feigns disinterest with the cleaning of the money laundering.
I'm going to pass a card across to her with a number on it. It's a fake cell phone number, but before she gets a chance to call it, I'm going to have the hacker set it up to where it'll ring to my cell phone.
Okay.
It should ring probably to somebody else's voice.
That would be what, buying an asset with a plot point?
I'd have to. No, I don't. Not with that, because what I'm doing, I'm actually not trying to use it in a role. So, what I'm doing is going to just mention very quietly to her, if she changes her mind, she can always give me a call at that number, and I'd be happy to set it up for her.
Okay. So at this point, do you take some time to look through that phone, or that's probably the next thing that's going to happen, Chris? If you look at that phone, you will see the text message I told you about. It has an address in Chelsea and a time, so just north of Boston.
Okay.
The time is for midnight tonight.
Yeah, when I look through that phone, it's basically just that text. And is there anything else on there? Has like the call log been cleared or anything like that?
It is just the text.
Okay. When we get done with the whole round robin thing at the end of the night, I'll go up to her friend and hug her friend, and then I'm gonna casually like drop the phone on the ground nearby as we're because I assume that Ace or at least one of the others is gonna go up with me and kind of help assist in the distraction of me dropping this on the ground and be like, oh, you dropped your phone.
Yeah, I'll when you do that, I'll be his wingman. But since I'm trying to hit on Valerie, because if she could use accompaniment for the rest of the night, so I'm gonna go to Chelsea with her, even better.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna be like, oh, you forgot your phone, beautiful, and I'll hand her phone, or you dropped your phone.
She's going to look very concerned and practically snatch it out of her hand.
Hey, what do you say we take my car? Your friend could take, I can drive you back here later, and we'll head out for more drinks, the four of us.
I've got a pretty tight schedule tonight.
I can come with you. Nothing that two strapping young men can't help with, I hope.
I'm afraid it's rather private business. If you'd like, you can roll a grifter willpower.
Sure. Grifter willpower. 13.
I'm afraid not, but if you'll wait up for me, I shouldn't take too long. I can see you later tonight.
Or we could, if it's personal business, we could just wait in the car.
I really shouldn't. You should all have a fun night.
I'm gonna work her friend over and see if her friend could be like, come on.
She does, but she's kind of adamant about it.
All right. Well, I guess we'll meet you at the bar downtown. I give her the name of some bar downtown, and then I take out Alexander's keys. Alexander had the 2005 Mustang or 2015 Mustang, right? Or was that?
No,
Yeah.
that was me. That was me.
Oh no, I take out whoever Kyle is, whatever your character's name is.
Steven?
Steven, I take out his keys, and I'm like, let's roll.
You realize he's going to beat you mercilessly later, right?
Yes.
You're
It's
stealing
convenient
his
that
car.
Luca left the keys to the gremlin inside the car.
I was actually going to have replaced his keys with when he went to leave. I was going to be like, no. He has gremlin keys, and they say, hey, sorry, brother, I needed to borrow your car. With a card attached that says your car was stolen by Ike.
Oh, you're going to get lit on fire. I might decide to piss you out, but I haven't made up my mind yet.
Piss you out?
Said I might decide to piss you out if I light you on fire.
Oh.
You're stealing my 2015 Mustang. Think about the problems.
So that's what's going to happen.
Okay. So you're going to attempt a trailer?
No, I'm going to attempt to one last time. Here's my nice car because she's into nice things, that sort of thing.
Okay.
With her friend in the car, obviously.
The friend's going to go straight for it. She, however, looks tempted, but has to go.
All
It's
right.
getting pretty late in the night.
All right. Choke her out. Let's put her in the gremlin and trailer.
Okay. So
Not Vanessa, the date.
So, is he talking to the friend or to the?
I'm talking to Luca about the friend.
Okay.
You're like joke around, just in the street. Okay.
No, once we get into the car, choke her out. Like put your arm around her in the back seat, start making out, hit her with some what's it called?
Hit her with the rough stuff, and then it turns out it's a little too rough.
Yeah.
I think I might draw the line a little bit here for sort of the theme of the setting is please don't
Drug women.
harm and drug
Hold, bro.
women on dates.
It's a sleeper hold, bro. I'm not doing anything extra to her. We're just putting her unconscious and then tying her up, throwing her in the trunk for a little while.
Yeah. She's got to be out of play. She can't be in the Mustang.
I was gonna say it's my intent to leave her outside of her house eventually, but
She's got her keys on her. We'll put her inside in her bed. We'll order breakfast for her.
Okay, so what are you guys doing after everything's taken care of?
Well, first off, I'm going to go outside and realize he stole my car.
Hold on. As soon as he gets outside, Ace is going to hand you your keys. Be like, yeah, we took a hostage. She's in the gremlin. I need my keys back.
You took a hostage. Wow. I go into my pocket, I guess, and find his gremlin keys, and I throw them to him. Rather harder than I need throw. Okay, at this point, guys, I'm going to suggest that I'm going to take a distinction of temperamental.
Fair enough.
Is
I'm
everyone down with
entirely
that?
temperamental.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Everyone agrees with it.
Yep.
Mr. Mastermind. How do you take stock of things now?
Well, step one. What do you mean hostage? This was not part of the plan.
Someone needed to be put out of play, so Luca here choked him out, and
we're just gonna drop her off at home.
Yeah. She's gonna think she had a great night.
Don't worry, I'll toss around the bedroom and make it look like she had a rough night of, drinking and sex. So.
Is she getting a mustache ride, though?
I don't intend to do anything. I'm just gonna leave her inside the house and move on.
Okay, that's a no then. Damn.
And just be clear, is this the Mark or her friend?
Yes.
The friend.
Okay.
So, with the business of the Mark leaving,
Yeah. We should probably follow her. Which we
Well, this is where I go lean over to the hacker and I tell Max that it's time to turn on your tracking program on your phone because your tracker is attached to her sleeve.
Oh, so we didn't need to kidnap her friend. Got it.
Yeah, you guys really should ask questions before you commit felonies.
Yeah, we would have clued you in on this if you, let us know you were going to be barging in on this part of the operation.
To be fair, when someone announces, hey, knock her out in front of her, I have only a few options left.
I'm going to slap Ace up the side of the head. Because
I mean, how do you get dates?
All of you guys deserve to be castrated. Keep you from breeding.
Luca, here, tell him, man. How else do you get dates?
Usually my mom fixes me up with some nice girls that she knows from church.
Exactly. I'm the only asshole that walked out of here with a woman. Luca's a legitimately nice guy, not an asshole. So my point remains valid.
Yes, and why I slapped you.
you guys are really lucky that he put the tracking device on and that you got the address, because she'd be long gone by now.
Yeah, that's why we're bothering bickering right now.
Yeah.
Also, can Ace get the distinction of punchable face?
There's not. It needs to have an upside possible.
It's very
As a
distracting.
distraction.
He has been punched in the face twice tonight.
I don't agree with this.
Too bad.
We're slapping it on you. Screw you.
So, what do people do next now?
All right. Off we go to the address, I
All
guess.
right, guys,
Mhm.
let's all pile in my car. I got this. Here, Luca, why don't you drive? And I toss you the keys.
Like you all look at Luca, and Luca just shakes his head about everybody piling his car.
I love that. I want the Gremlin to be our car. The original Leverage team had a van. We have a stately 1987 Gremlin.
You will follow her into Chelsea crammed in a Kremlin,
Yes.
Oh God.
and she pulls up
coming-
to a big warehouse next to the Mystic River.
Because when you're following the mark, you want to be in a loud ass 1989 Gremlin.
Yes, actually, yes.
Excuse me. 1978 Gremlin.
Ah, I hurt. My brain hurts from this idea.
Hey, I keep it in good condition.
I'm gonna soup that thing up if we're gonna keep using it.
Okay, so you pull up to a big warehouse off the tracks, next to the river. The area looks pretty abandoned.
I whip out recording devices, because that's the exact kind of thing we need in this situation.
Hey, look what I conveniently prepared beforehand.
Yep. I used to be in MIT's AV club.
You're set.
Okay, so someone who hasn't had the spotlight yet, give me something that happens that for their character a bit.
Hey,
So-
who hasn't had a
So
spotlight?
Jeremy,
Hold on. I mean, I haven't had the spotlight because nobody wants to invite, the obviously standout Russian guy.
so I mean, what happens at this warehouse that your expertise is needed for?
To be fair, I haven't had a spotlight either, but I've
You were up next on the list too.
At this warehouse. Honestly, I think they just want to use me as a distraction. I'm not as much. I can talk to people online, but when you put me in real life, I tend not to be it's always a hit and miss.
I mean, it could be something that, technological with you being a hacker. Could be anything from security to
Hacking also covers
or
frauds and
anything.
forgeries as well.
Say that again, Kyle.
Hacking also covers things like frauds and forgeries as well.
Yeah.
Like if you wanted to forge anything like documentation, books, things like that, it's also hacker.
Yeah, and that's also the talent you took if you want to figure out a way to incorporate it into the job.
Yeah. Just as a basic. I'd like to make an ID for be a basic worker there, just janitor and such. Because there's no way. I mean, I don't look physically strong at all. I couldn't do any kind of lifting, but I can clean shit up, and people don't look at me twice, That way, I can if need be, I can access. I can go around most of the warehouse.
There's actually a talent for that.
Yes, I know. I know exactly which talent it is, Murdoch. Shut up.
Speaking of talents, while he's thinking this through, I actually have a talent I want to grab, which
Okay.
is takes one to know one. When you try a notice action to see if somebody's lying, add a D8 to your roll.
Okay.
Unless anyone has a reason to object to that.
Not at all.
I've done that a couple of times already.
Yeah. You're good.
So she goes by herself into the warehouse. There is another car there. There is a black SUV.
All right.
I'm gonna ask Maxim to run the plates on that. And Ace, go in with this video camera and see if you can get some good footage.
Where?
I don't know, Windows.
Where am I trying to? What am I trying to? shoot?
Where she went in, like screened clandestine meeting. Probably not something she wants recorded. So I want you to go in and record it.
Oh, sure.
It's an aerialist opportunity if you want to sneak in.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. All right, I'll go in from the roof.
All right. You want to give a nice little flashback for the aerialist thing and describe how awesome you are getting into this place?
So, I was trying to break into, is it the Library of Congress or the Smithsonian that has the Constitution?
And this is why you fail, because you couldn't remember.
Smithsonian does right now.
He broke into the wrong one.
Who does?
Smithsonian.
The Smithsonian has it?
Yes, it actually rotates where it's at, but it's owned by the Smithsonian right now, I believe, and it actually travels between there and the American History Museum and a couple other places during the year. That freaks me out, man. My dog sits there and he sleeps with one eye open and it blinks.
I've known people like that.
Freaky as fuck.
People that fall asleep in between words in a sentence.
Miguel.
Wake later to finish that same sentence.
It's actually at the
you
National
got a
Archives
conversation
right
with
now
you,
in Washington, D.C. So that's when I was breaking into the National Archives. I hadn't really been used to using this gear just yet, so it was really my first time doing it. So I kind of realized very quickly I was able to get the gear on quickly. It felt right. It was nice and snug. And I'm going through these vents, and I'm coming down, dropping down just inches above the floor where I need to be, and unfurling myself. And I got the knots just right so I could pull the cable and it would come down and whatnot. And I realized then that I had a talent for being in the sky, or coming in from the sky. Then I went to jail and everything went all fucked up.
So, how are you sneaking into the warehouse?
From the roof. We discussed this.
Okay. You will get eyes inside the warehouse. You see Valerie, and you see 4 gentlemen in black clothing.
I'll start.
Surrounding something underneath a cloth on a table.
Okay. I'll start recording.
Mm-hmm.
You said there's 4 guys in there. Nobody's paying attention to him yet, right?
Right.
Okay. I do want to set up something with him. I want to try to set my hacker, is what I'm trying to do here. I want to set my hacker role by trying to set a device up that if he gets caught, he can throw it. It sounds like a damn police siren going off, and hopefully it'll distract them long enough for him to get out. Which, interesting to see what hacker plus intelligence can do when I'm going to try this on a D4.
Okay.
Let's just hope I don't give him another complication to play against us, guys.
Oh, screw you.
Guess what I just did?
2 complications.
I rolled a 3 and a 1. So he has a D8 complication right now he can use against us, or a D6 complication he can use against us.
Yeah, it's gonna go off in your hands, and you managed to shut it off after about 2 seconds. The guys inside the building are going to perk up and look around, and one of the guys is going to motion to the other ones to go to 2 of the other ones to go take a look somewhere.
Again? You're kidding me, right?
I will. I'll be like, son of a bitch.
At this point, do you have anything you would like to spotlight, Chris?
Not yet.
Okay.
I think it's pretty close.
I have to confess that a pressing part about that complication is my 1 came up on the D8, not the D4.
Irony.
I have a 1 in 8 chance of that, and I managed to pull it off. Don't ask.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. How do we get around this?
Oh, I will point out that you do have your talent if you want to use it on that one, right? Or is that only with you?
That's only when I make a mastermind roll, unfortunately.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
So, let's see. We need to do something.
Something that's in the cards is you could spend a plot point for a flashback to try to backtrack and explain it away. That's a thing, right, Kyle?
You can do that. He can either spend a plot point, or he can attempt to make a roll to explain it away.
Yeah, that would be a mastermind roll.
Yeah, it would be a mastermind roll because you'd have to figure out.
It was all part of the plan.
Right. Okay, fair enough. Let's see. No, I guess we'll make the roll. What is it? Mastermind intelligence?
Yes.
Alright.
A complication on that.
Alright. That's a 15 on the roll.
Yep, you kill it.
Alright, so part of the plan. I'm gonna say. Oh no, that wasn't actually the thing going off. That was part of the plan I did, where I would call the cops on like a different area to show them like being interested somewhere else to keep their focus over there. I guess. Ugh.
Sort of distract them a little bit.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, the two guys are gonna run out of the warehouse in the opposite direction from you guys.
Okay. I'm going to make this my spotlight moment.
Yep.
It was actually part of the plan that I'd be waiting on top of a shipping crate that's on the docks there, and as soon as those guys come around, like I just leap off like a luchador and just smash these guys to the ground.
You realize that if there's more than them than you, it's going to be hard to pull this off, right, Chris?
Yep. Which is
You
why
may want to spend a plot point to create an asset.
Which is why I'm glad I've got 2d10s.
Oh, and I forgot to mention this, but for all those flashbacks you guys have been having to explain your talents, you all got plot points for those when you did them.
Neat.
Okay. That means I should have a plot point at this point. Good. Okay. That'll help me out later.
But if you haven't spent any, you should have 3.
Oh, I didn't realize we started with some.
Start with
Okay.
2.
So 3. All right, perfect. My attack roll here is a 15, or a hitter roll, whatever.
Okay. Yeah, hitter strength.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna. I just like the description. I'm gonna jump down on them like a luchador. Or
Okay.
having Chris in the game just to
now
scream
going to
like a
be-
luchador.
An opposed roll series. Let me go to that. So we're gonna see how this works now.
Are you gonna do it like a timed action?
Well, it's I'm trying to remember how to do this right. It's when you do opposed.
Oh, okay. You're talking about fighting.
You do opposed
You're
rolls
talking
and
about being in a fight, right?
Yeah.
The way that you do a fight is that Chris, being the initiator, will set. Actually, you have to make your roll first,
set the
always,
stake.
if it's your will.
Okay.
And then what Chris has to do is he has to make his roll, and he gets to either beat the odds, or if he doesn't, he can give in.
Okay, so I should just let you roll, and then I'll re-roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do I tell him the result of my roll?
Yes, you have to. He has to
Okay.
know what he needs to beat.
And then what's a raise, effectively?
As long as you beat the number he rolls. So if he rolls like a 7 and you roll an 8, you beat it.
It's
and then he
raising
gets
the
to
stakes.
decide.
You get the roll, and then
And
he decides if
basically,
he. Yeah.
at the end of any of these series of rolls, the person who loses makes a decision. They can either give in, they can try to beat the odds, and if they fail that, they lose. And then you guys kind of decide how that loss works.
Okay.
So
Okay, so they're going to set the stakes with 12.
12. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna spend a plot point, and there's gonna be this flashback of Luca learning how to fight with one of his uncles who just came back from the Marine Corps, and what he's actually going to do is he's being taught the where is it? MCMAP, the Marine Corps fighting style, so that if I get ganged up on, they have to have like four against one kind of odds to get gang up bonuses on me.
Marine Corps martial arts
Are you
program.
taking that? There's a talent for that. Do you want to buy that up?
He's got it.
I'm using my 37th degree black belt and yada yada to gain access to it right now.
Okay. Oh, how does that work again?
I spend a plot point. I tell you about a flashback that explains why I know this fighting style.
Okay.
Which is why I said his uncle. Like one of the first things he learned fighting was with his uncle, who actually taught him the Marine Corps martial arts program.
Okay. Go ahead and make your roll. You can add what is it, a d6 to that?
If it's an asset, yes.
Where am I getting the D6 from? I'm confused.
What's the effect you get from the talent?
What the effect is that the fighting action. Let's see. With the use of a plot point, you cannot be ganged up on.
You don't get to add D6s for additional characters over top of him. So if you have 4 cards, you don't get to add an additional 3d6.
Okay.
There has to be 4 times the amount of opponents on me before you start to get gang up bonuses.
Okay. So this is
like,
just 2 guys.
Because it's 1 on like 2 guys, they're not going to get anything on me.
The result is still 12.
Okay. $16.
Yeah. So do you want to describe how this happens? You are going to win because they're not going to. Well, actually, they have to try to.
No, they don't.
Or
At the end of that roll, you decide whether or not they give in, attempt to raise the stakes.
they're going to attempt to raise the stakes because. They're going to attempt to raise the stakes because they're going to try to fight back. And do you want to describe how you're doing this?
Yeah. Are these guys armed?
Give me hitter alertness.
Do I have anything to lose by being alert? Because I'm just curious if there's a reason for me to roll on this one. Because, I mean, if they've got guns out, I know that they're armed. Like, I took time to let them fall into my trap before I jumped down on them.
Yeah, right. So, yeah, they have their guns out.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do maneuvers like where you grab the wrist and you punch at the elbow to try and, like, just mess them up real bad. And I'm going to turn one of them around so he, like, as I'm, like, nailing this dude in the elbow with a strike, I'm smacking the other guy with the arm. So it's just kind of a big cluster mess of, like, just straight brawling tactics.
Mm-hmm. All right, yeah, you disarm these guys with speed, and they crumple to the ground.
Oh, no, I'm mean. I'm using strength.
Oh, yeah. You break some bones?
Perfect. Yeah, once I get them down, I'm going to end up, like, because there's, like, chains and stuff, or, like, ropes and chains on the dock, like, I'm going to make sure that they're all wrapped up and stuff.
Okay. Yep, they're unconscious and wrapped up.
Their shoes and stuffed socks in their mouth.
Your dick?
Okay.
One of the reasons I love this game right here is that it and the player to decide how giving in or losing works.
Yeah.
I'll radio into the mastermind. 2 down.
Good work.
So you have Valerie and the two other guys left in there.
All right. Have they said anything incriminating yet?
I'm waiting.
There's talk about waiting for a buyer.
Hmm. We hold.
Valerie seems to be the one in charge.
Interesting.
I'm going to send a picture of the guy that motioned for the two guys to go outside to the hacker. See if we know what these cockfights do for a living.
All right. Let's see. The guy who's seems to be in charge.
Well, Valerie's in charge, but the guy that seems to be in charge of the thugs.
Yeah, that's what I meant. We know Valerie. We don't need to know her again. I'm gonna try to see anything, what I can find out about him.
Okay.
Specifically, because I was specifically like, what he does, and what can help pertain to what we're doing right now.
Okay, we'll call that hacker alertness.
Okay.
I mean, what exactly are you doing with the picture? Like, are you...
First, because all I have is a picture right now. I don't believe we have a name yet. Otherwise, he would have told me. I'm gonna try to do some facial recognition if I can. Try to see if I can find like any kind of social media profile, anything like that. Closest thing I can.
Okay, I'm gonna say if you want to spend a plot point to explain how you have access to facial recognition from where you are, because that's some heavy-duty stuff.
No, very simple. Like
That's
I said,
government database stuff.
Yep. I'm gonna spend the plot point for this. As I've stated in the past that I was that I did. I've been cocky enough to try to hack into government databases before. While I was never, I was definitely suspected but never really proved, to anything. I did actually, hack in, especially the FBI database, and well, I kind of left myself a way to get back in. Never really used it before. Never had the need to. Never thought I'd ever do anything deep enough again. But I don't have time to sit there and, spend a couple hours searching through Facebook profile pics just to match it myself.
Okay, yeah. So you're gonna run it through. It's gonna ping pretty quickly for Interpol.
Okay.
Man is an art thief by the name of Benicio Bonzo out of Brazil.
Okay. Any specific art he goes after, or he just pretty much goes after anything available? Like, does he have any particular tastes?
He hasn't been active for a while. He's been underground. He's known as an opportunist.
Okay. So he goes after what he can get. All right. I will see if I can find any information pertaining to, more recently to him. See if I can try to connect the dots of him to her, to Valerie.
Okay, so I didn't have you make the roll before with the facial recognition, so I'll have you roll it now with the D6 asset.
For the record, for those watching in Central Time and beyond, it is now almost 1 on the East Coast. That means that the world did not end on Valentine's Day.
Ghostbusters was wrong? That doesn't sound right.
Bummer. That's all I'm gonna say.
Bummer.
Continue.
So that's going
Well-
to be hacker alertness plus a
You said
d6 for the asset you just bought.
Yep. $21.
Yeah, you managed to run it through without any red flags. And connections, let's see.
Like, why specifically
Uh,
her? She doesn't seem like she would have been connected to him, but, so I'm just trying to figure out.
You realize that, well, she has a history of finding insurance fraud. That a pretty nice setup would be to have a thief steal something, know you're going to be the investigator for it, and then, if need be, framing the person for insurance fraud so the investigation ends.
All right. Well, while I'm still looking up information, I'm gonna send Ace the information about the guy back, who he is, and as of right now, before I found anything out, my theory that she more likely got in contact with him due to her job as a insurance fraud.
Okay.
And I give you his name and all the information I've gotten so far. In the meantime, I'd be just looking more things up.
All right, so I'm gonna head back to the mastermind. We should probably just wait until she's ready to meet up with me later, and let's have the police with us.
Sounds reasonable. Probably should remain here until the buyer shows up, so we can get some evidence, though.
Oh, I agree.
Or we could have a lot more fun, and we could broadcast her crime to her entire company via a networked broadcast every desktop in the building tomorrow morning when they walk in.
Well, I figured that was what was going to happen anyway.
No, not so much.
Well, problem is, our deadline is technically 6 a.m., and I don't think any of the employees are in by
Well,
then.
here's the thing. We can set her up, have her arrested, but we can run her forever by proving it to everybody she's ever worked with. It'll also cast doubt on any other investigation she's ever done. The criminal justice system takes time to work. Capers don't.
Fair enough. Extra credit it is.
I'm not opposed to having her picked up and arrested, but and giving the cops the evidence, but as like a timeout pause button thing, the whole idea, if you've not watched a lot of Leverage, is that they always basically run them overnight in like one fell swoop. It's pretty epic.
Okay, so what's the I think this is the point where we can safely put it in the final
Start doing rap.
flashback. Yeah, the wrap-up flashback. So we'll start going through the process. Everyone who has a plot point can. What type of roll do they make again, Kyle?
So, I didn't
What happens
display
is
this.
everyone, including the mastermind, pays a plot point, and everybody describes their flashback scene and what they do to set the mark up. You assign the roles for them. Everyone who succeeds grants an initial D6 to the mastermind for his role, and the role is mastermind plus intelligence for him, and he'll describe what he does to finish the setup. And then once he does that, he makes his roll. If it succeeds, the mark gets taken down in perfect fashion. If he fails for any reason, the mark gets away, but just kind of barely. So pretty much we all get to spend plot points if we choose to be in this action, and I totally choose to be in this action. Because I still have two freaking roles that I haven't filled out. I have no specialties.
Right.
But I can fill out that crap later.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
do
so
you guys want me to take this first? Because I kind of know what I want to, how it works.
Sure.
Sure, but
I
I
mean-
just wanted to bring up that I didn't get a chance to highlight the second talent thing for me. I haven't actually established that.
You can do that in your wrap-up flashback, though, Chris,
Okay.
if you need to. I mean, it's it's still considered a flashback.
Okay.
So while all this is going on in the building and they're doing all of this, I'm going to have driven my car to another location. I'm actually going to go to her house, and I am going to put a skimmer and a keylogger. Why did I just mute? Hell,
You're
Hello.
why did I just mute? That was weird.
You were okay on our end.
Yeah, everything was fine.
Okay,
over
I don't know.
there.
It just showed me as muted. I don't know what the hell that was about. Sorry. Told you, Firefox is being a bastard tonight. Anyways, so I'm going to put a skimmer and a keylogger on her system. And what it's going to do is it's going to give us access to her accounts. We're going to steal every penny from her. But instead of giving it to the guy who I'm pretty sure is corrupt as fuck and probably hired her to do all of this, I'm actually going to give it to a charity, a kids charity. I'm going to transfer it directly to a kids charity, like kids cancer charity. Like, okay, Shoulders Miracle Network. That's where this is going. This is going to be fun. Hacker plus intelligence, I believe, is what this will be. And, yep. And so let's see. Okay, well, he ain't getting a D6 from me, but you're getting two complications because I just rolled double ones.
Yay.
okay.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. Of all the times I could roll double ones.
Next on the line.
Actually, no, it's not double ones. I had a 4 and a 1. Never mind. You get one opportunity.
Okay.
Don't want to roll a
So
5.
anyone else want to spend a plot point to join on the wrap up?
I don't really have a wrap up. I did my job.
You know what? No,
No, go, Jeremy.
no. You know, say your thing first, and I'll say something afterwards.
I was just say my wrap up would be just, picking her up, but as Luca and I, or as I pick her up, I don't know if Luca's going to be in the car. It would be open the door to the car. Hey baby, come on in. And she kind of looks weird at the gremlin, like, what happened to your Mustang? I'm like, oh no, my Mustang's at the house. This is the other car. My friend's driving the Mustang right now because he's got your other friend. I'm just here to pick you up. This is his car. She gets in, and there's cops in the back seat watching the video of what happened.
Nice.
Okay,
He's
so
got blackout tint on the back windows of the gremlin, so you can't see the cops, too.
Yeah.
so you called the cops over and had them there with you?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yes. Well, this is not directly related to Valerie, but because I found something out, I'm going to alert Interpol about this art thief, about his locations, and I'm going to figure out and pretty much lead them directly to him. So that, he gets it too. 'Cause fuck him.
All right. Both
Guys,
of you
with-
need
with
to
the
roll,
wrap-up
make
flashbacks,
rolls for those. I forgot.
Brendan, the wrap-up flashbacks, they have to make a roll because they need to know if they can grant an additional D6 to the mastermind or not.
Yep, I was just thinking about that.
Yeah.
So Murdoch, yours is going to be Grifter Agility.
Grifter agility.
Yeah.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Okay. You succeed. And Jeremy, yours is going to be Hacker Intelligence.
All right. That's a 16.
Okay, you also succeed.
Yes.
And do you have one, Chris?
Yeah, I do. So at the point that she catches on that the cops are in the car, like she hasn't quite made it in the car, she attempts to make a run for it, and I'm gonna exhibit only suckers fight fair, which is gonna be my other one. Or sorry, not that one. Sorry, everything is a weapon. When she attempts to get out of the car, I'm just gonna slam the door on her face and just back her back into the car.
Wow.
So that is a fight, which is going to be strength hitter, and then because I'm improvising the door, I'm going to spend a second plot point to make the door do more damage to step up its asset die. So what is the asset die for using an improvised weapon? It looks like it's a D6. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a D6.
So
An asset
to a
always
D8.
starts at D6 unless you get an exceptional success creating it.
How do I create it then?
You could either spend a plot point to straight create one at D6, or you can try to make a roll to generate one,
Okay.
which would typically be like if for what you're wanting to do would be
So
like
for everything's a
like-
weapon. When I spend a plot point, normally it would make a D6, but because of that talent, it makes it a D8.
Yes.
And technically, I
D8.
could spend as many dice as I want to get it up to a D12. Got it.
Yes.
So I'm going to roll a
Technically.
D8 with my D10, D10.
Yeah, and you still only keep the top 2 dice.
Okay. Oh, Jesus. 19.
Okay. So, what was your plan all along, Tom? And you're gonna get 1, 2, 3,
And I'm
4
gonna say
D6s
that
added onto
she's
it
just a
when you make
mess.
your
Like,
roll.
I straight up broke her nose in that mess.
You did. Way to assault her right in front of the cops, dude.
Next episode is Luca getting out of jail for assault.
I suggest you might want to incorporate how you guys get away from the cops.
Actually, that's part of the wrap up. How do you guys get away? How do you walk away? And that's how the mastermind, what he has to
Yeah,
do here.
that's my no. You
He
might want
has
to.
he has to tell not only how we set the mark up, but how do we get the fuck away without getting caught? Because we're supposed to live on the fringes. People, we don't want to be in the spotlight.
Here's an idea. They chase Luca. Luca gets away.
Luca gets
So,
hit, so the rest of us
What was
can
the plan,
escape.
Tom?
Oh Lord. So.
Look at that cheesy Ocean's 11 music playing in the background.
Yeah, totally.
So yeah.
The depressing part is whenever I talk about capers, I have to mention that movie.
Man, it's a good example. Let's see.
It is.
So we alert the cops. We basically toss her in the back of our car.
While you're at it, just go ahead and commit another felony.
Yeah. We start like at that point. We sort of like drive by the police station, just kind of throw her out with the evidence, then drive away. Perfectly timing it so we cross a railroad tracks right after a train goes by. Yeah, we're going old school on this one. To shake off our pursuers and disappear into the night.
Okay, you got to make your roll though, because if you fail this doesn't go off right.
We all die
We get hit by
horribly.
we get hit by the train.
Alright, so this is a mastermind plus 4d6.
You try to grab the train, it rips your arm off.
Now I need to know if any of these come up 1.
Oh,
By
Lord.
the way, don't forget. Now you may want to use your that complication I gave you. Is a good time to use that extra D6, sir.
Yep.
Alright.
You won't get another one.
So do I add all these together, or...
No,
Or
just
take
choose
the
the
two
two highest.
Alright. Still my d10s, obviously. 15.
Now you set the stakes. He has to try to beat that.
The stakes are raised, sir.
All right. So do I roll
So
again?
run that by me again. So what happened?
Okay.
All right. So after we called the cops on her and threw her into the car, we then basically just stopped off right next to him, hucked her out with the evidence, and drove off. Naturally, they tried to pursue us, but we timed it just right, so we crossed the railroad tracks right as a train was coming. So basically, we cut off our pursuers.
And we escape into the night.
Yep.
Okay. Describe the scene that led up to that. Right before you, you guys are doing this when the buyer comes and trying to set that up.
Oh. Right.
The buyer comes out. You see a man come out of the car in a suit, and you can see a person inside the car. Not very clearly. There's a woman in there, and the man comes out. Valerie lifts up the cloth. You see the statue, and there's some discussion. The guy's head snaps a little bit, like he's noticed something. Like he's listening intently, and then goes back to the car without even looking at the people, and the SUV spurs off. At this point, Valerie said enough that you managed to get incriminating evidence on tape. And, yeah, they leave. You grab Valerie, stick her in the car with the police there, dump her out, and speed off across the tracks. The police can't follow you.
And we're going to stick with my plan and email that video to everyone in the company.
Yep. And then, let's see. Yeah, and that's going to be pretty much a wrap with that. The email is going to go out. She's going to...
She's a grade A cow turd.
Yep, she's going to get arrested, and then a police investigation is going to reopen.
They should capture whoever hired her in the first place, because she'll probably cough it up.
It'll be revealed that in his desperation, the museum owner did make a deal with her. She double-crossed him and framed him for the job, so she didn't have to deal with a loose end. His wife dies of cancer. And Benicio Bonzo is off and hiding, walking his way down the streets, and he runs around a corner. Interpol swarms on him with badges.
Oh, I forgot to mention.
And Luca goes on a second date with her friend.
I forgot to mention. Is there a way I could keep the statue? Like, part of my mastermind plot includes this.
Okay, describe it to me.
Alright. So, I imagine if the deal goes south, Valerie will take the statue back, trying to find another buyer. After we intercept her and the other two are basically snatching her off the street, I grab her case and keep it with me.
Oh, I got it. Maxim didn't add to the end, right?
I did.
Yeah, he did.
Do you have any points left? Because I think I know of a way for you to do it. You know how you wanted to be the guy in the background who's always working stuff?
Yeah.
Like the whole time you've been disguised as a cop and you're taking it to the evidence locker.
What is he taking to the evidence locker?
The statue.
The statue.
Nice.
As part of his part of his.
To be fair, the second talent I wanted was the the guy in the back. Here. Yeah, I just work here.
You actually can go ahead and take your second talent if you get to establish one, because you have to have 2 talents.
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
Yeah. At this point, anything we didn't get filled in, we need to fill in. So, like, I went ahead and filled in my hacker at D4, my hitter at D6, and gave myself 2 specializations. 'Cause you've got to have them.
You don't have to. It says that it's okay to keep stuff blank, and when stuff comes up where you decide you want a specialization, it's okay to fill that in.
Yeah. Well, I went ahead and filled everything in, though, but you have to have your roles filled in.
Yeah.
I think Murdoch's right. I should have just stuck with Johnny on the spot.
You and I should do Johnny on the spot, man. It's hilarious. We need to show up as Wingman Bros all the time.
Me and Alexander, me and Tom need to sit around and look at the talents that allow us to throw out plot points from other locations to you guys, because there's some talents for Mastermind that'll actually let us send plot points to you as long as we're in comm contact with you.
I think it's like Archangel.
Yeah, I think Archangel's the one I'm thinking of. Is right, but it's ridiculous because you can just be like, oh yeah, well, I love you plot points here, spend mine. It's ridiculous.
I kind of forgot about Johnny on the spot when I got towards the end because I was looking at that everything is a weapon thing.
Everything is a weapon. You're a hitter, man. Chris, do you now see why I like this game though? Because it gives you so much agency. It does give the player a lot of agency.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot different than most other games, which is weird. But what are you going to do about it?
Okay, so that's going to wrap up. What do you do with the statue once you get it back?
Trophy.
It's a mantelpiece.
Oh, the art?
Yeah,
like a
I
$5
mean,
billion mantelpiece. No big
No,
deal.
no. It's Batman all over again with a giant penny.
I mean,
So what you're saying is we need an office where we can help people out of, and this is like part of the waiting room decorations. This is random, really nice piece of art.
Whenever anybody asks about it, we're like, oh, no, that's just a replica.
yep.
Hey, look, guys, we can always start another leverage consulting group. With that creepy-ass painting of Nate Ford.
That is a great
I was
painting.
actually going to lead into this. I was going to suggest that the name of the campaign is Leverage and Associates.
I love the whole associates thing. It makes me laugh.
So,
Yeah, I'm going to petition that one. I want to drop everything as a weapon. I think it does make more sense to be Johnny on the spot.
As a hitter?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. That's a good one for hitters to have.
Well, I mean, not just for like tactical reasons. I think I played to that more often.
Yeah, I think you did too. I think you played for it pretty well. Certainly hope can't wait to see how temperamental works out for me.
So should we have 2 distincts now?
You should have 2 distinctions, 2 talents.
well, distinctions we're going to do afterwards. You should have the one you had, and if another one popped up that you wanted to purchase or someone suggested, yes, but we're going to go through distinctions after the session. So,
So I've got
you guys are going to... You guys are going to finish the job. And you're going to go back to your room, to a room in the hotel where your employer is waiting for you. And it is Hardison from the show.
Son of a bitch, I knew it.
Yeah, me too.
That'll work for me.
What is wrong with y'all?
What? What's wrong with what?
Hardison, you sound oddly white.
I claim dibs on the damn it Hardison line.
Damn it!
Damn it, Hardison.
It's always damn it Hardison. Why did you blank? Always.
Maxim, you'll definitely recognize him for being probably one of the most famous hackers in the world.
I won't really say much to him, but I'll give him that look like I could probably take one.
Well, I guess that was one way to pass a test. You're all a little rough around the edges, but I guess It'll do. Even Luke Skywalker had to start somewhere, right? And I would say you're only slightly less annoying.
Like, we all cast glances at Ace and say nothing.
What?
So, yeah.
Yeah, so... yeah, I got a proposition for you. I wanted to see how you all would handle this job. And rather than a single job, I'm going to offer you guys a long-term position. You see, my crew and I used to run here. We're on the West Coast now. And you might have heard of what we do. We all come from criminal background, but we found a way to help people with it. And we've been watching all of you and chose you individually. While you might have faults, you do all have some sort of morality about how you go about your business. Never con an honest man. So, what I'm giving you as an option is to run here on the East Coast where we used to make our home. We're looking to expand a little bit. Instead of just not conning the honest man, you'll work for the honest man.
Novel.
And of course, there are alternative revenue streams, seeing as who the people you're conning most of the time deserve it and have a lot of money.
Now you're talking.
It's a win-win.
Alright, I'm in.
He'll look to the rest of you.
I'm just gonna have to shake my head and say, I'm in. I'm good.
As long as they're okay with me stealing things from them as I need, I'm good. And stop hitting me in the face!
Sorry, that's contingent on you stealing stuff from us.
Hey, if I need a car to impress a mark, it's obviously going to be the new one.
And to look to the other two.
You know, we're buying a beater 1967 and a half fucking Mustang that you can wrap around a tree.
I'll wrap it around a tree.
I got a thumbs up from the hitter.
Don't tell him that, because then he'll use my Mustang.
No, I've got the Gremlin. That is our work vehicle.
And solid legend. Where the hell did you get a tag like that?
He's an idiot.
I was 13. I chose it.
He played a lot of Metal Gear Solid that summer.
Hardison has a BMW van. We have a Gremlin to work out of.
Yeah, damn
this is going to be
right.
extremely uncomfortable to do.
No, we're keeping the Gremlin. I'm sorry, guys. We're keeping the Gremlin.
Dude, we got to keep the Gremlin.
Didn't say it was a bad thing to keep the Gremlin. I think it's a terrible idea to use it as a mobile base of operations.
Why not?
So,
I think
what
it's
about
a Gremlin.
you,
That's the
Solid
case. Luca needs a moped to go with the Gremlin, not a motorcycle, because that's too cool.
Chris, that is an amazing image of a guy like this giant Bob Bruiser riding a moped.
No. Even better. We need to bolt on a side seat to the Gremlin.
So let's wrap it up here. Let's go around the table a little bit and vote on what some distinctions should be, based on your impressions from the characters. Let's start with Tom's mastermind. Does anyone have any ideas?
What his distinction should be?
Yep.
Doesn't he already have two?
I have one, analytical.
Violent.
He's going to need a couple. You can leave one blank for now if you really want to. But something that works for him and against him.
Violent temper.
I wouldn't say violent temper.
He punched me in the face.
Exactly, that's not violent temper.
To be
That's,
fair, three
that's
of
perfectly human response.
No, I was gonna say, doesn't put up with bullshit.
Mm.
No nonsense is a better way of putting that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I'm down with that. How about Murdoch's ace?
What's your
Horn dog.
what's your distinction right now?
I already have two. I was warded one in game.
Everyone gets 3.
Oh,
takes
I
it
have
to 11.
no really crazy and ladies man so far.
No, I like it. I like takes it to 11.
Yeah, I'm okay with that actually.
Compulsive thief is a better one.
You can take either one if you want.
I'm going
Murdoch.
with takes it to 11.
Okay.
Oh, no.
That fits in with the character concept of just simply ridiculousness.
Okay. How about Kyle's Steven?
Yeah, Grifter. Already temperamental and noticeable, so.
Let's see.
Fairly resourceful. I need to think of a way that can be used as a downside. Things outside the box. Prone to trying new things. Improvises.
Improvisionals. Well, actually, I was thinking something about improvisional.
Yep.
Likes to experiment. That's a better one.
Yeah. Okay. You're always trying a new con.
Not just that,
Might be.
I'm crazy enough to try to do things that I have no business doing, too.
Okay. And next up would be Maxim Zovanetsky.
Zivanetsky.
Zivanetsky.
Damn Russian.
Can't even pronounce my Russian name.
Is he even there?
That could go so bad.
But it can go so good.
It's like unnoticeable.
You're the complete opposite of me. I walk into a room, people notice.
Okay.
I walked through a
So-
room. I'm part of the staff already.
Is that 2 you have?
That would be my second one. Unnoticeable.
So how about a third one?
I think he needs to earn that one because he didn't really do much.
Okay.
This was not a hacker-heavy thing.
I've got a suggestion for me.
All right.
Wingman.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going.
Damn, Chris.
I feel like that could get me in trouble and help me.
All right.
Okay. And is that 3 for you?
No, that's 1. Or
His
that's
third-
2 now.
No, his third one's grenade.
What about
So what-
consistently? What about beats up women? You just knocked a woman out. You got 2 women out in this game, Chris. Wife beater.
No. Equal equality.
Feminist.
Equal opportunity ass kicker.
Yep. Doesn't discriminate.
I don't know that that's necessarily a thing.
Applies the 14th Amendment equally. Come on. Really, people? I'm not really being serious about running with the idea of him being a wife beater.
But it's
You
hilarious.
are now!
Lunch Pell Kid. Be his distinction. Actually, a good distinction for you, Chris, might be from the wrong side of the tracks.
Okay, yeah.
I like it.
I mean, it would explain why you're so quick to beat the shit out of people, no matter who they are.
It's because he's from Providence. He's a scummy Providence guy.
Can't be from Revere.
No, that'd be too scummy.
No, Ace is from Revere. He's the baddest motherfucker in Revere, dude.
Distinction Jack Chop.
That's what I'm going to picture him now, too.
I personally enjoy Chris's response to "He should be from Rivera." No, that's too scummy.
Are you familiar with the baddest dude from Revere?
Yeah,
I
his
think we
name's
need to finish this because this live broadcast
Yeah.
has run over by an hour and a half.
Yep. So yeah, let's close it up, guys. I had fun. I hope we can have fun with this in the future. Did everyone enjoy themselves?
Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah.
Because I finally get to play. Yay!
And
No,
then
I hate you
we'll
all.
do another one where we do like an actual job.
Yeah. I kind of. It was supposed to be a lot simpler than I think, but I sort of let it go a little bit like a regular job. So it kind of was sort of a half and
Rule
half.
number one. Well, you violated rule number one in RPGs. Expect your players to make everything complicated, and you violated rule number one of leverage, which is never expect it to be simple. Ever. We will overcomplicate everything you put in front of us.
I was gonna
Yep.
say what I'd like to do for the next time we do this is say that we've done a couple jobs in between just to kind of like round out our characters. Like I feel like this first adventure was like us just like totally schlepping our way through the adventure, like kind of nonsense, and maybe next time we're a little bit more skilled, a little bit more balanced on each other.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So you're a bit more well-oiled together next time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's close it out. I had fun.
Well,
I hate you all.
thanks for tuning in for Drop Dice. You know all the faces. We've gone long enough, so I'm just going to end it here. As always, guys, we'll see you at the gaming table.
I hate you.